Good morning. Thank you so much. I think we're ready to start now with our program. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jerry Kale. I've been requested to be the program director for this program today. It is the fourth annual Post-Schooling and Education and Training Forum, which is held here in the Northern Cape. So we start this day one of the 2 days of a hybrid session with speakers and participants here at the Northern Cape Urban Rural TVET in Upington, and online we have participants as well, and we'll be taking some of the presentations there. On the program today, ladies and gentlemen, we have great minds who have been assembled, and we are confident that they know what they're going to present here. And of course, they're very knowledgeable on the subject matter they'll be presenting here today. Just like we did over the years when, in fact, last year when the seminar discussed and presented possible solutions to the production of skills, competence, and attitudes for the 4IR in the workplace, as well as province building during a pandemic and the 4IR. This year, we converge, under the theme, transforming the Northern Cape post-school education and training sector for future jobs, implications for pedagogy, curriculum, and articulation, and that is today's theme. We have a few ground rules, and I thought I should just take you through the ground rules. I like seeing myself on TV. Because we are live on UNISA radio and online platforms, we are going to request that you put your phones in a mode that does not disturb us. If you cannot put it in that mode, we will respectfully request you to turn it off. Because it will disturb or interfere with the electronic devices that we have here. If you're on the online platform, you are then requested to please, as we progress, make your comment and questions. You can send them directly and put them on the chat section that we have on the media platforms. And of course, we also welcome you if you are on those platforms and share and comment as we go, and your questions must come through so that we can always, you can be part of the engagements. Now, moving ahead and going back to the program, to come and do the opening and the welcome, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the principal of the Northern Cape Rural TVET, who is also our host, Mr. Percy Sego. If he's around, he can quickly just come through. But while we wait for him, I just want to indicate that we have a number of presenters on the program today, and of course we'll be joined by the Honorable Premier. Later on, he will join us via video link, and we'll also have the keynote address that will be delivered right here by Mr. Neil Butcher. And also we'll have the Chief Executive Officer from the Council on Higher Education, Dr. Whitfield Green, who's also going to give us a presentation. And just to make sure that we're at ease, we will take comfort breaks in between, just to make sure that everything goes according to plan. Also on the program today, to talk about revisiting and reviewing pedagogy to prepare graduate for future jobs and reflections for the PSET sector. Later on, we'll have Professor Monde Ntwasa to come and address us as well. Mr. Pule is also on the program for today. Again, Tate Charles Pule will also address us. He will be representing the Office of the Chief Executive Officer on Quality Council for Trades and Occupation. And once he has done that, and then we will have him to address us. And then Ms. Trudy van Wyk is also here. Ms. Trudy van Wyk later on will be addressing implementing credible approaches to articulation to promote the attainment of integrated and coordinated PSET sector. So we'll be coming through and doing that. And of course, we'll have a recap later on, and Tate Mokokong will be able to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, because I think we have a time schedule to maintain. So what we'll do is that we'll proceed.
Yes, sir. Principal will be here within the next 5 minutes.
Right, so what we'll do is now it's the time for the Premier to address us. We want to continue with the program as we have indicated. Mr. Percy Sego will join us as we progress. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Rural TVET, and hopefully you will relax and you will enjoy the day with us. The presenter we're going to present now, in fact, does not need any introduction. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience. He holds a doctorate of law degrees in public law and jurisprudence from the University of Western Cape. He believes in long life learning as he's currently studying towards his second doctorate. He also holds 2 master's degrees, LLM and Masters in Development Studies, BProc degrees from the University of the Western Cape. Early in his career, he worked as a candidate attorney and progressed to work as the regional head of social security. He was also head of ministry and a municipal manager. He is the 5th and current premier of the Northern Cape province and a member of the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature. Ladies and gentlemen, our Premier, Dr. Zamani Saul. Will just give me an indication if we are good.
Good morning.
Good morning, Premier.
Now you can hear me.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you very much. And let me start by greeting you, Mr. Tani. Thanks for inviting me to address this very important gathering. Let me also greet the members of the Executive Council who might be part and parcel of these engagements, the principal of the Northern Cape Rural TVET, Mr. Percy Sako, Chief Executive Officer of Bucha Associates, Mr. Neil Bucha. Let me also greet the Chief Executive Officer, Council on Higher Education, Mr. Eugene Brain. Greet as well the Acting Deputy Executive Dean, College of Agriculture and Environmental Science, Dr. Professor TWASA, Office of the Chief Executive Officer, Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, Mr. Charles Fuller. Chief Director, Articulating Department of Higher Education and Training, Ms. Todi van Wyk. Director of UNISA Midlands Regions, Mr. Matthew Kokom. Let me also greet the DG, the PDGs, and the government officials. And let me greet all academics and educators that are participating. Let me greet all our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, since the inception of the Northern Cape Post-School Education and Training Forum, the PSET, in 2019, I have been greatly honored to be given the opportunity to participate in these sessions in the form of seminars or webinars during the most difficult time, COVID pandemic. I would like to extend my appreciation to the organizers and participants for keeping to the commitment made during the inception of this forum. The outstanding attribute of this forum is that great minds come together to share ideas on transforming PSET in order to contribute towards skills development and socio-economic growth of our province. In 2019, Program Director, I articulated the vision of the sixth administration, which is to build a modern, growing and successful province. This I did as part of our journey to mobilize all sectors of society to rally behind this binding vision. It is my wish, Program Director, that this forum can be able to share with us, after 3 years in existence, tangible efforts and achievements towards modernizing and growing our economy in the Northern Cape. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful for the opportunity to once more share thoughts with all stakeholders as a follow-up to the engagements we had. Many developments have taken place in the province, and we are looking forward for productive engagements to further deepen our understanding of how to enhance people-centered development in the context of an ever-changing globe. Program Director, we are glad to inform you that even though unemployment is still a challenge and the picture looks bleak in the country, according to the latest quarterly labor force survey by StatsSA, the Northern Cape had the lowest unemployment rate in the country, which is currently standing at 23.7%. That is official unemployment. In the second quarter of 2022, the Northern Cape province recorded an increase in the number of employed persons in the province, increasing by over 61,000 on a year-on-year comparison. Whereas on a quarter-on-quarter, the employment figure declined by around 3,000. The number of unemployed people in the province is below 100,000, estimated at around 98,800 by StatsSA. As a provincial government, we welcome this decrease in the official unemployment rate. It speaks directly to the GDP growth that we experienced in the past 3 years from 90 billion to 122 billion. What I want to reflect here is the fact that when the sixth administration, which is this administration, started, the GDP of the province was 98 billion rand, and now the GDP is standing at 122 billion. The growth of the GDP has got a direct correlation with a decrease in the levels of unemployment in the province. So it is quite clear that there is a direct relationship between our efforts to grow the economy and the levels of unemployment in the province. Program Director, the leadership of the Northern Cape views its people as its most valuable assets, and youth development is at the core of our developmental agenda. Our focus will remain to drive innovation and skills development in growing our economic sectors. As part of our skills development program, in collaboration with our SETAs and business, we have enrolled about 10,000 youth in various skills and employment programs. The programs are targeting both employed and unemployed youth in the province, and we are working in partnership with stakeholders, including private colleges, community colleges, and higher education institutions. We are convinced that this will go a long way in capacitating and empowering our youth to participate in the mainstream and informal economy. In an effort to assist the academically deserving youth of our province who do not have the financial means to access post-school education, we have converted the financial assistance they have been receiving from the Premier's Bursary Trust Fund from loans into bursaries, and have written off their debt to the value of 154 million rands. The intake of those benefiting from the transversal bursary scheme has tripled since centralized bursaries in the office of the Premier. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to note that the focus of this year's seminar will also be on pedagogy, curriculum, and articulation. This is because there is still limited coherence in the pathways between secondary schools, community education and training centers, public private colleges, skills development in the workplace, and higher education. But of concern is the basic and higher education sectors in South Africa. The global educational trends indicate that the quality of maths and literacy levels at the basic education level leaves much to be desired. This is compounded by the poor quality of university graduates, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics systems. To further complicate matters, Program Director, at the high levels of unemployment, especially amongst young people. The draft National Youth Policy 2020 to 2030 has taken cognizance of these challenges and has proposed changes to both the basic and higher education system. Among the suggestions are the opportunity for dropout students to complete their studies, the introduction of computer literacy skills across the schooling system, the introduction of technical skills, the introduction of entrepreneurial learning, and the reintroduction of technical and vocational education and training colleges. I hope you will emerge from this seminar with solutions on how these problems can be addressed. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us back to the theme of this very important seminar, transforming the Northern Cape post-education and training sector for the future jobs, implications for pedagogy, curriculum, and articulation. I feel schools really need to prepare for this fourth industrial revolution and perhaps even future revolutions. We need to ask ourselves some questions. How do children want to learn in the future? This is also closely related to my next question. How do people want to work in the future? These two questions, in my view, are two sides of the same coin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is only then that one can conceptualize the future model for schools, new learning platforms for the future, and to fit in curricula for the new technologies and sectors as these evolve. It is only then that one will understand the human potential with respect to educator training for future students. Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is time to retire traditional pedagogies where children were taught to repeat like a parrot. There is a need for a systemic shift now with mobile devices, educational technology, and all these educational platforms and online universities. I am sure that to hear about these during the course of the seminar, there are most certainly benefits to using technology in our education system, especially in our vast province where rural communities will be able to access state-of-the-art education online. Ladies and gentlemen, 4IR will accelerate the rate of disruption in jobs and careers which are already seen. This brings about a profound shift in the character of what we need to teach and learn at every level, from A0 to matric, then to universities, and lastly to corporate training. Online education and learning designers will have a major role to play in this transformation, particularly if we can embrace new approaches, leveraging cloud platforms and content future skills, metacognitive learning, coaching, and incubator models. The stakes are very high. Unless we find new models and modes of education which can quickly and equitably disseminate these skills, successive waves of disruption may overpower the ability of organizations and communities to adapt. More than ever before, Program Director, the future depends on learning and more especially lifelong learning. Program Director, the provincial priorities as outlined in the Provincial Growth and Development Plan Vision 2040 are beginning to bear positive fruits. Chief amongst these are the possible employment opportunities of the 4IR and the knowledge economy, as well as in the school setting in our efforts to modernize the province. We have thus far converted 5 classrooms, 1 in each district, into cyber labs, and have fitted them with state-of-the-art equipment which include coding, robotics, and virtual reality resources. Furthermore, 13,000 learning tablets with learning content which will be operated without data are being distributed to learners who are from grade 10 to grade 12. This investment in education will assist to eradicate the learning backlog occasioned by COVID-19 pandemic. To further modernize the province, our government is working with various private sector companies as part of social compact. MTN and Vodacom have invested about 543 million rand to improve access to high-speed digital networks. This initiative will go a long way in improving capability in the province and will contribute to the improvement of, amongst others, teaching and learning, especially of communities in rural areas. In 2020, we indicated that the Northern Cape is blessed with numerous natural resources. These comparative and competitive advantages of the province secure space for us within the new industries, including green hydrogen, digital mining, the ocean economy, and the knowledge economy, amongst others. Efforts are underway to position the province as a green hydrogen hub in South Africa. We have achieved some progress as far as the 2 hydrogen projects are concerned, namely the Buku Bay Green Hydrogen, where we are working with SASWA, and the Priska Power Reserve Clean Hydrogen Project. We strongly believe that the post-cooling sector for us in the Northern Cape must guide the processes of skills development in the province based on the unique social and economic opportunities that are found in the Northern Cape. And we must, therefore, develop a repository of skills that are required for the 4IR as well as for a modern, growing, and successful province. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to my input and hope that we are going to have very productive and fruitful engagement throughout the day. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Premier, for your insights and wonderful words. And of course, we have noted some of the things that you would like us to do here, particularly with regards to the sharing of tangible results from our efforts this side. Once again, thank you for making time, and we want to assure you that we are partners in ensuring that we modernize the province. We make sure that it is modern, growing, and successful. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you so much to the Premier of the Northern Cape, Ntate Zamani Saul. I think now that Ntate Seigo is back, we will welcome him so that he can come and welcome us. We welcome him with a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can we be generous and clap until he gets here?
Good morning. I must still teach this young boy some skills, organizational skills, that if the chairperson is not there, you don't proceed with the meeting. So I just want to, after this meeting, we might just come to my office And let me teach you some organizational skills. You know, these young boys with their American English, you know, I still remember when I grew up in Khalishewe, he was not even born, Mr. Jerry Kali. Now they were from Vergenoeg, we are from number 2. So just imagine. But I just want to welcome you to Uppington, this nice and beautiful, clean place. You can see when you drove around, there was no paper on the streets. So those are the type of leaders that we are in Uppington. This is not Gauteng or very beautiful gardens. You know, you can go to town on Sunday, there's no paper. And people must recognize us. You know, so you must enjoy yourself in Uppington. We don't have a long street here, but enjoy your guest facilities. And it's not, as I said, it's not Cape Town. You know, and move away. Come to Uppington, come and see the views. And when you went down with the plane, you saw Veld. And a long, you know, it's beautiful, eh? Not when you land in Cape Town, there's a lot of buildings. You know, it's beautiful. So you must enjoy yourself. I just also want to thank the Premier for committing himself since this program started, that we thought that we were going to see him here, because I want him here as the chief of the province. We want to see him face to face. I know that the chief is having some other obligations on Friday in this week, because the president will be here. So I also want to thank him for, you know, I don't know whether it's the first time that I received a letter now the other day from the Premier's office that, Sego, your students can also apply for bursaries. Let's give them a big hand. Because they was giving the universities only bursaries. Now, at least now, our TVET sector has been recognized by the province. Very important sector, which plays actually a bigger role than the universities. You know, I'm having this experience. 20 years ago, I went to England. Then I went to the Bronx Community College. You don't start at the university before you're going through from the community college to the university. That's why I saw an honorable member is going to do a presentation about articulation. Because we've been struggling for all these years with articulation, whereby universities don't want to accept our qualifications. You know, you get these big guys at universities, they call them the deans, who determines which programs, which qualification, who must be registered to do what, etc., etc. Now, I still remember when I was in Wales, when the president announced free education. I made a presentation about bursaries at that specific college in Wales. And they said, Sego, you know what, I don't know. Are you going to take the right route to give bursaries? Because we are coming from there for the past 20 years. We can share our experience. Now I can see now. I spoke to learners yesterday, which was sponsored by WNRCTA. I said to them, you know what our students are doing when NSFAS gave them laptops last year. You know where are all these laptops? At Cash Crusaders. Now they'll come tomorrow and say our government is not doing anything. Now I made a calculation now the other day, and I calculated how many learners registered and how many wrote the examination. Then I made a calculation, how much did government lose? Then they'll come and say, government is not doing anything. Then we fought for them. As principals organization, they must get an allowance. Now they're getting allowance. When they get the 8,000 rand, they're all drunk. You know, the other one was staying at the hostel here when he had to pay these 30,000 rand. Then he went to go build himself a shanty in Babalelo. So those are the problems that we are sitting with in our communities with our kids. Then I heard a premier speaking about, you know, the digitalization of schools. If I want to also ask the sitters who are sitting here, if Vodacom them are sponsoring the schools, you have a mandate, we fall under one minister. Where are you for the colleges? Vazela. Because I also want to thank Mr. Jerry and premiers that we've been part of the Provincial Skills Development Forum for the past 20 years, and the Intercita Forum, and the HRD Council, which is the premier's chairing. And Jerry, let me just ask you one question. Who started the PSDF in the province? Should be me. So don't you want to give me a give end? Right. You see, there are things that people don't understand, where things are coming from. I just wanted to give him a Jerry a tip that when you stand and when you see me, you must say, "Khosi." You know, I once went to DR with my colleagues of the college, and I met a black Xhosa timer there, and he made so, and my colored colleague said, "What is he doing?" I said, "No, you'll never understand." What he was saying, King, Obosoga, Humadiba. These people don't understand. Am I right? Right. So, as you know, I'm so happy that I was only going to do the welcoming because not a presentation. I want to welcome the program. The Premier spoke, Jerry, for directing the program. And, you know, I see Mr. Neil Butcher is here. He's going as, you know, what do you call it, the Chief Executive Officer of Neil Butcher Associates. I also see here, you know, the Chief of the Executive Officer on Council of Higher Education. You know, let me just give you a tip. Last week, we received a letter from the Minister that principal and your deputies, we're going to include partnership as part of your key performance areas. Because this is good, because I can now report to the Minister that I had a meeting with all the partners, WNR, Solplaiki, and blah, blah. And this is what we discussed. Because it's becoming very important for TVET colleges also now to form partnership with overseas universities. We have formed a partnership with a university, in Netherlands, where we send our, two of our senior staff to go and do some agriculture so that we can implement in South Africa, in Upington. So those are one of our key performance areas that we have to report in this. And I also see the Dean of Education of Agriculture, Mr. Daly, one of my corporate manager, and Mrs. Diedrichs, that we're going to bring back agriculture at the institution. We would like, maybe at some stage, have a talk with you. And also, we have an agreement with Stellenbosch University with this particular college in Netherlands to establish an agricultural hub in Upington and also in Katu. And Mr. Charles Pule is here, a very big partner of the institution, because as you know, the curriculum of colleges are changing now. There's a whole revamp, you know, of the new qualifications framework. Now, Mr. Pule them are busy with the revamp of the qualifications framework. So just making an example that N1 is going to change. So the qualification will be theory and practical, knowledge theory and practical. So it means a student won't go out of the institution without doing practicals. Now, we had to ask Mr. Pule also to go and explain to the mining sector in Amakwa, because the mines don't understand that they must accept the new changes within the curriculum, not the legacy programs. And where we're moving towards also as TVET, it's very exciting now than universities. We're going to go back again, whereby if a student is going to come to the TVET college doing an apprenticeship, he must come with a piece of paper that I'm already employed at BMW. This is what happened in the past, where students used to go to Kumba, sign an agreement with Kumba, and come back to the college. The whole curriculum is going to change. From your business studies to if you look at your qualification, your new qualifications framework, it will start from level 1. We will cater for level 1, that one at the bottom. You know, if I say it level 1, you know, during our PSDF meeting, I asked Mr. Van Staden, he was chairing the meeting, or the CETA meeting, where is the level 2 learners coming from that's coming to college? He said, Mr. Sego, I must tell you the truth. They are progress learners. Then I said, now I can understand. Because we must teach him how to read and write at the same time here at the institution. He never saw a computer. He's from 7 miles. He comes to Kuruman campus. He just hear the lecturer saying, enter space. Now you must struggle with that learner. From 7 miles, he never saw a computer. So I just want to inform universities and all the other stakeholders. You know, I'm about 30 years out of classroom. Then I had a session with my lecturers. I said, okay, let me teach you how do you teach a child that comes from 7 miles. Then he comes to the course doing level 2. He's getting 7 thick books, which is written by a guy from Canada. He doesn't even understand the language, the English. Then he gets the colored one gets the Afrikaans book, which is written by Boshoff. He doesn't even understand the Afrikaans one. So those are the type of problems that we are sitting at TVET colleges. But we're trying to rectify those with the department and the Quality Council of Trades and Occupations. You must remember this, we have a trade test center in Amakwa, which is now being held by Mr. Pule, them to be accredited. We've been struggling with funds to accredit this, because we're going to be closely, as the Premier said, the projects in Bokubai, in conjunction with the Cecil College. We have to train about 6,000 people in Amakwa with that big project there. Then as I heard the Premier talked about Priska. I've just signed the contract, Premier, last week that we're going to build a trade test center, construction trade test center in Priska. We already got the hostel from Public Works. They already handed it over. So we want to make Priska and develop the town as the hub of construction trades. So whoever's going to register for construction, we're going to send him to Priska, which actually will also boost the economy of Priska. We also started with, we also have Trudy van Wyk, articulations. Trudy? Where's Trudy? Where's Trudy? Trudy, before the end of the day, I want you in my office, please. And if I send my students with a diploma to university, and you must go tell your deans at the universities, how are you going to serve the student with the diploma doing what at the universities? Prof? Unisa? Next time when they come here at universities, they must tell us, we took 10 students from TVET colleges to do a particular program. Then we have to stop. We can't speak about articulation every year. Why every year? Am I right? Hey, but these people are quiet here. We can't speak about articulation every year, but our students are not accepted at universities. They must come and tell us next year, the next PSET meeting, that we have registered 20 learners, 10 from urban and 10 from rural. And then we have Unisa Matthews Kokong, that I expect the results from when. Then we have MQA, one of our partners. Where's MQA? MQA, as I believe, mawane ki phone ke sign le gape di bazar ne. Ke batla di equipment ntate. Ka kopa. Right. I see also LG SITA. LG SITA, ntate, buti. Uvele Eastern Cape, uzabule Eastern Cape. Ngiyacela. I want you in my office tomorrow and say, so you go, at this, we have a forum, you gave us about 70 artisans. We have, through the NSF and LG SITA, we have qualified about 70 artisans for the year. We can report on that, which is good. 70. Then I see our doctor, the people who are trained, the nurses, Stockdale, Vase. You are accredited now, eh? We don't want unaccredited people here. All right? Useami. Well, I show you how to do accreditation. At least I'm not a nurse, but I'll show you how to do other accreditation. Then, in this Stockdale, we are glad to have you here because there's a shortage of nurses. We must now make it fast that we get the quality assurance to accredit the nursing college. Then we have agriculture. Mudise wa Mudise. Okay. Nog nie nie. Then we have an occupational practitioner, Bonokwani Motsepa. I think Motsepa, you must speak to this sister wa college kwana. Then Sipho Mampe, economic development. Thank you for including us with the Premier's office in the Department of Economic Affairs to be part of the project in Amakwa, the college. It's actually going to boost the image of the institutions. Yeah. Thank you for partnering us with. We had a meeting with Cecil College, and you know sometimes these private colleges are more advanced than our colleges, so I think the colleges will benefit. Rendra Nali, Chief Education Specialist wa DHT. Mami Pulai. She's sitting there at the back there. As he mentioned, they ask you, Sego, why are your results like that? Without asking you, where are the students from? I told her now the other day, she's not going to come to me and ask me about the results. Then she must take that child of Sweding and go and teach her how to read and write. Sego, your results are bad, your results are what? Raymond, do you know what we have in this classroom? No, I must report. Report what? What is your intervention strategy? What is where's the money? You must be polite. You know, I know that we started the TVET, the FET office together at the head office in the 90s. But you must be very careful when you come to the college in the question you ask. We also want to say thank you to WNR SITA for sponsoring the 9 million rand for the learning management system. We're busy now. So it means in 2 years' time, we have only 8 textbooks on the table we want that of colleges, of our college. Then, I said that the whole retail SITA, thank you, ma'am. And thank you for organizing these 1,500 learners from Uppington so that we can have a chat with them, because you could see that no one of them know where they want to go. Because it seemed that there's a problem also in terms of career guidance at school. So people, I say, welcome to Uppington. You know, Uppington is like, it will rain the following night. Don't wear a jacket. Come with your t-shirt. Dan gaan jy warm kry môre. It might seem that it's going to rain for days, but it's only for the 2 hours, then it stops again. So that's why you can't wear, I'm epileptic, I'm sick, I can't wear a jacket. So I just want to say thank you to the Premier and all the stakeholders here. As he said, we hope that this is going to be a fruitful meeting, and the outcomes, Mr. Kokong, next year, I meeting that, okay, this is the outcomes from WNR, especially from the universities. Mr. Kokong, this is what we're going to do, because students achieve at college. And mining qualifications, I like you. We work together, then Katu. Munat. We have an office here, the College of Dublin, RCTA also, that we gave for Mahala. Hawapatali rent. They don't pay rent. But I want to say thank you to my colleagues also here, my deputy principals, academic and corporate finance is not there, and this business unit manager, and all other members that I didn't mention. I see the correctional services are also here. We're having a close relationship. We are all going to offer 2 learnership. I actually approved 2 learnerships for them to be going to be offered at correctional service for the inmates. So we're also going to start a very close relationship in working together, because some of the programs I'm going to take to correctional services. So it must develop the inmates also, because what is a correctional services? Is there just to rehabilitate, and you must come back to the community. So that's what we're also doing now. I'll say thank you and welcome to Uppington. And enjoy Uppington. I'm not drinking, I don't know where you must go. You must ask these people who are drinking. So, how can we go? But I thank you. Thank you, Program Director.
You must declare it, Mr. Sego. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you to Mr. Sego. That is a welcome and a half. Thank you so much. Now we feel welcomed. We proceed with the program. And if you look at your programs, you will see that we're about to do the keynote address. Our next speaker is based here in South Africa, from where he has provided policy and technical advice and support to a range of national and international clients regarding educational planning, uses of educational technology and distance education, both as a full-time employee at the South African Institute for Distance Education from 1993 to the year 2001. He has worked with various education institutions, including UNESCO and Commonwealth of Learning, assisting with transformation and research efforts that focus on effectively harnessing the potential of distance education methods, educational technology, and OER. He has traveled extensively through the developing world, conducting research on education policy, higher education, TVET, distance education, education management, information system, and education technology for a range of organizations, governments, and donors. He has worked with OER Africa as the project's OER strategist, and is currently consulting the World Bank on a range of project activities across Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and privilege to welcome the CEO of Neil Butcher Associates to deliver the keynote address today, and we welcome the CEO, Neil Butcher, with a round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
So can I use that?
Apparently this is...
Let's see how we go. Good morning, everyone. I've never been called a CEO as many times as I have this morning, so I'm quite nervous to be up here after that, I have to say. I have the other interesting challenge that my presentation is being managed from back there where I can't see it. So I have my screen up here, and hopefully we'll keep it all coordinated. First of all, thank you very much for the privilege of inviting me here to come and address you. I'm always perplexed as to why people invite me to speak about anything, because I'm not convinced I have that much to say. But as I was thinking about what might be useful in the context of the bigger presentation, I thought rather than talking about all the kind of technical elements of the fourth industrial revolution and e-learning and a whole lot of other things that I have to deal with in my daily job, I'd maybe try and introduce a couple of concepts that I've been thinking about over the last few years, especially since COVID started, and see if they generate some interesting ideas for you. I wanted to start, there we go. I wanted to start by just putting up this slide, partly because I'm proud about the fact that we managed to get down this weir without falling out of the boat, but also because the person who's in the front of this boat is a man called Malusi, who is a young guy who taught me how to paddle when I decided that it was time in my late 40s to try and get ready to do the Doozy Canoe Marathon, which some of you may be familiar with. He's an exceptionally talented athlete, very well-spoken man, and a person who has been completely let down by the South African system from start to finish. He's an orphan. He'd been moved around from one school to the other, from Afrikaans to English medium schools and back again. And unfortunately, what was clear to me was that while he had all of this tremendous potential, the system had let him down to the point where in his mid-20s, it seemed entirely unlikely that he was actually going to be able to integrate himself into the mainstream economy in any meaningful way. And this is, for me, just one of the most devastating indictments of what's happened over our country in its long history. Because we've let people like Malusi down quite substantially. And we have a lot of conversations about the importance of educational transformation. But I think too often we miss the fact that people like Malusi are being thrown out of the system and out of the economic mainstream faster than the system is helping to solve their problems. So what I wanted to just start with today is to put him in your mind. Everything we're discussing today, if it's not meeting his needs, is actually failing the country. And I think, unfortunately, that way too much of the discussion that we have falls into that category. So I also wanted to just reflect, because when we get into discussions about the fourth industrial revolution and technology, we turn so quickly to talking about technology for learning delivery. And what I find, and I find bizarre, quite honestly, is since I started in this field over 25 years ago, almost every conversation that I participate in in terms of large-scale educational implementation focuses on how we can use educational technology to replicate the failed educational models that we've been using in our education systems for the last 50 to 100 years. And we never have any discussion about what technology is helping us to learn about how the human works as a learning organism and what that means for the kind of teaching and learning we ought to be engaging in. So a field that fascinates me tremendously is the field of neuroscience. And one of the great features of technology is it is helping us to really understand so much better and so quickly how the human brain actually works in practice. And the neuroscience understanding of how the human brain and body works as an integrated organism is light years away from what we knew even 10 years ago, as a consequence of the kinds of things that are happening in the fourth industrial revolution. So I'll just put a few things, oh, sorry, can we move on to the next slide, please? I've moved on already. So I've just put up on the screen here a few things that we now know about the human body in terms of how it works as a learning organism. So we have the conscious mind, the thing that we all focus our attention on and get most distracted by, which apparently has about 40 conscious bursts of activity every second. Then we have the non-conscious mind. And if you just look at the distinction between what the non-conscious mind is doing and what the conscious mind is doing, it's really quite mind-boggling. So the non-conscious mind is processing 1 million transactions every second. Connected to that, we have spinal nerves that go the whole way down the body. They connect the brain and the nerves to our body, and our ability to function effectively is entirely dependent on whether those are working well or not. We also then have what's increasingly being called the second brain, an entire system that functions inside our gut the enteric nervous system, which is two thin layers of more than 100 million nerve cells lining your gastrointestinal tract and integrated with your gut microbiome. And this is interesting because when people have talked about trusting your gut, actually, trusting your gut is a scientifically sound concept because your gut is an integrated part of your entire nervous and brain system. It is not a separate function. We also then have emerging knowledge on another field that interests me tremendously, which is the concept of epigenetics. Those of you who've paid any attention to the way in which the vaccines were developed around COVID will know that there is DNA and then there is RNA. I'm not a scientist, so I don't understand these things very well. But basically, RNA allows us to switch switches in our DNA that allows us to function in different ways. And what we are learning through epigenetics is that many of those switches are actually heritable across generations. In other words, we actually inherit certain behaviors from our grandparents, our parents, and even potentially from our great-grandparents. This, for me, is not a trivial matter for us to understand from a learning perspective, because what it indicates very clearly is that if we are in a society that has experienced multiple generations of trauma, which South Africa unquestionably is, particularly for people of color, if we don't understand what the consequences of that heritability over generations is and what it means for how we have to help people to learn to overcome that trauma in their bodies, in their brains, in their non-conscious minds, we simply can't help them to learn and to succeed. So in too much of the discussion that we have in learning circles, in my opinion, we focus on skills development. We think that if we put people into a 3-month course and teach them some skills so that they can get a job, we will overcome those generations of disempowerment and disenfranchisement and trauma. Unfortunately, the science is very squarely against us on that front. So it constantly perplexes me that when I look at the pedagogical models that we use to design our learning programs, they are still using predominantly, and sorry, I'm being melodramatic for the sake of being a keynote speaker here, they are using predominantly understandings of neuroscience that come from the 1950s and 1960s and models of cognition from that era. But they have no bearing on what is actually what we know about how the human works. Sorry, we keep losing that thing. Sorry, can we put the slide back up there? So I have a little side theory which I just put at the bottom here just to be annoying. And I actually think the Western Enlightenment is the source of the problem here, because the Western Enlightenment persuaded us all that the rational thinking mind, that small little piece at the top that I've just spoken about, is the pinnacle of human achievement. What I have learned unequivocally through my own experience and through the research I've done is that it's the integration of all of these functions is what makes the human a really, really powerful integrated learning organism. And I'm sorry to say that the more I've thought about it, the more convinced I am, watching my own children going through their schooling, and also having had the privilege of having traveled and worked in about 50 or 60 countries around the world, that actually our schooling and post-schooling systems are designed to systematically destroy the ability of people to learn. They do not teach people to learn. They teach people to fear learning, and they teach people that failure is bad instead of an opportunity for success. And because they focus so squarely on the top part and not understanding the integration of all of them and how what we eat, how we move, how we function, how we interact is absolutely essential to our future success and our understanding of ourselves, our education systems are comprehensively failing us. I'm saying this because I think, I'm supposed to be pressing that. Sorry, crikey, there we go. Sorry, my excuse is that I turned 50 in lockdown. So, and so I put those. Oh, there, so not not entirely my fault, not that I was actually pressing the button, but anyway. So can we move on to the next slide though? I'll just ask you to advance the slides. Apologies for this. So as we come into to today's discussion, and please don't get me wrong in this next slide that's coming up. There we go. Right. The fourth industrial revolution is a real concept. We all understand, I think, what it is about the growth of information technologies and artificial intelligence and so on. But again, as a person who moves around the world quite rapidly and who has the opportunity to engage in a lot of different spaces, increasingly I think the fourth industrial the concept of the fourth industrial revolution is actually an echo chamber where the people who are the elites who already have access to privilege and wealth talk about the importance of the fourth industrial revolution. And actually, their discussions have very little to do with tackling the single biggest challenge that we face in this country, and that is the challenge of youth unemployment. It's great news to hear about learnerships and processes that we've gone through in our mainstream system having success. But if we look at the scale of the problem of youth unemployment, we are not going to solve the problem of youth unemployment by creating a few extra jobs in the fourth industrial revolution. So we need to be thinking on a much larger scale, and we need to be linking that thinking to what I was discussing about in the previous slide, of understanding that actually our education systems have to play a much more significant, compassionate role in helping people to heal the damage that has been done to their bodies and to their brains over multiple generations of trauma. And we need to help them to be able to overcome that so that they can create economic opportunities for themselves. For some, those opportunities will be in the fourth industrial revolution. But I was really excited to hear the principal talking about the importance of agriculture again. Because in South Africa, the opportunities for creating jobs are vast and manifold, and only a few of them are in the area of the fourth industrial revolution. We need to make sure that our conversation is holistic and all-embracing, and that it tackles the problem of youth unemployment on a very large scale, because otherwise that problem is coming back to take control of our lives, and that's happening faster than we thought. I was quite hopeful, in fact, that COVID would provide us an opportunity for real self-reflection socially, not only in South Africa, but globally. There was really, for me, a moment, I mean, look, we all know that COVID was a tremendously distressing and stressful time for lots of people, but it also opened up a window of opportunity for us to reflect on the possibility of real transformation socially, of doing things in fundamentally different ways. Unfortunately, we quite quickly shifted out of that space, and people went back into trying to hold on to the past, trying to replicate the past, trying to go back to what they felt comfortable with. And I think that what we're seeing now is very significant fault lines that are emerging. And I think these are problems that unfortunately are going to continue getting worse. So without wanting to sound like a harbinger of doom, but as I say, I've been traveling around the world for 25, 26 years at least, and I have not seen anything close to what I see happening around the world. So these problems are going to keep coming at us until we recognize the need for fundamental transformation. Fundamental transformation is not about trying to make our existing systems work better and more efficiently. The existing systems in which we are all functioning have failed our people. And so we're going to need to transform them radically if we want success. So these are some of the ways in which I think that has happened recently. The first one is that we have increasingly, in fact, if I go back again even to the 1970s and 80s and look at how teachers taught then and compare it with curricula now, curricula are significantly more rigid, significantly more overstructured, and increasingly out of date. I was horrified during COVID because I actually started engaging with what my children were learning at school because they were in my living room. And I couldn't see that much difference between what they were learning and what I used to learn. And they are at a top private school. So we shouldn't think that that's because they're that in the public system that's behind the years or whatever the case might be. And in combination with that, we have a massive excess of summative assessments that close space for real learning. We put so much pressure on people to perform and tell them that if they don't perform, if they fail, then that is a bad thing, that it creates enormous stress and pressure. If you go back to the slide where I described the body as an integrated learning mechanism, you all know that when you are stressed, you cannot function optimally. So why do we continue to put our children and youth under perpetual stress and pressure of excessive summative assessment, as if somehow that's helping them learn? There's no evidence to support that argument at all. We're also seeing growing inequalities in access, which are further closing opportunities for learning. So unfortunately, as I've looked globally, the COVID pandemic has had the very clear impact of expanding that gap that we used to talk about in educational technology between the haves and the have-nots. That gap is wider now than I've ever seen it. And that's a really serious problem. But most importantly for me is the extent to which our policies, which have accumulated, I've been very privileged to have worked alongside the policy development process since 1992 in South Africa, and I've watched those policies come and go. Sorry, I've done something wrong again. And we have now accumulated so much policy that, in my opinion, we have completely dehumanized educators by trying to micromanage them through the human resource policies that come down from national level and then filter through the institutions. We tell our teachers that they should be learner-centered in their classes, in their lecture halls, in their laboratories. And yet our policies show quite unequivocally that we do the exact opposite with them. We do not trust them. We do not consider that they have the skills and ability to take responsibility for learning in their classes. And so we micromanage them through curriculum policies and through HR policies that I can only describe as dehumanizing. Those rigid, over-elaborated policies, they show very little resilience in the face of crisis or change. And we saw this quite clearly with COVID. My partner's a teacher, and healthcare workers bore the brunt of the pandemic in its early days. We know that for sure. But the unspoken brunt of real punishment that was borne by the pandemic was teachers. Teachers who are at the front line of having to deal with the disruption of schools, with the closure of schools, with trying to segue out to teaching online. And the policy environments in which they worked provided them no support. In fact, they made their lives inordinately harder in the main. There were obviously some exceptions, but I saw this over and over and over again, and I've seen it around the world. So that's the education system that we have. That's the education system that we have. And then at the same time that we have that education system, unfortunately, we have an acceleration of global problems. And COVID-19, the pandemic, was a significant challenge to us all. But it's just the introduction to the problems that we are now facing. And for me, the kind of grandfather of the problem that's walking its way through the system that COVID-19 provided us a presage for is obviously climate change. We think that climate change is something esoteric. We keep being told in research that it's something that will have an impact by 2050. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is that the ecosystem's natural feedback loops mean that all of those processes are now accelerating, and the problems are here with us today. So when you see that, for example, a third of all the arable land in Pakistan is submerged in floods, and 3 million people are displaced from their homes, you should not be deluded into thinking that that is not going to impact us here. And we're starting to see it all over the place. Rising price of diesel, for example. The energy crisis that we're facing here is a microcosm of the energy crisis that the whole world is now starting to lurch its way into. So the Europeans are wanting to create the impression that the only reason why there's an energy crisis in Europe is because of the war in Ukraine. but that's a misrepresentation of the severity of the crisis in Europe. So we're going to have to shift very, very fast. We're going to have to be able to cope with much faster change. We're going to have to deal with the problem of food security, because that problem is going to continue getting worse. The good news embedded in all of these things, so I don't want to be the harbinger of doom here, these crises are the way in which we solve the problem of youth unemployment in South Africa, because embedded in all of these issues are massive employment opportunities. If we just shift out of trying to continue running our old style systems in the way that we've run them for the last 50 years, with all of the checks and balances that they have that don't actually help us, and instead focus on solving these problems and making sure that we shift our education systems to help with that. So from my perspective, the most important thing we should be starting with in any discussion is what our definition of success is. Currently, all of our definitions of success focus on whether or not people pass or fail examinations and achieve accreditation. I'm sorry, but this is not success. And we should never have allowed that notion of success to dominate our educational policy and planning in the way that it does today. So there's obviously academic success. There's then financial success. You know, will you be able to make money when you come out with your qualification or your diploma or your degree? But when we look at just those two dimensions of success to the exclusion of everything else, the dimensions of individual success, are you living a healthy life? Do you understand what it means to eat properly? And I'm sorry, that may sound like a somewhat mundane statement, but if we look at the crisis of food security and we link that to the way in which the food industry functions and how little people actually know about how important eating well is for your brain to function effectively, for me, this is a non-trivial fact. It's one of the most fundamental. If I'm talking to my children, the most important thing I will talk to them about is what they put into their mouths, because it is one of the critical dimensions of success. It's never spoken about in education systems. But also social fulfillment, engagement. There's a number of different dimensions of success. And obviously, we also need to contextualize success country by country and for different cultural contexts. A definition of success in China is going to be fundamentally different from a definition of success here in South Africa. And we should be seeking to pull all those things together. And of course, not looking at success in purely individual terms, but also understanding that individuals are part of ecosystems. We're part of functional societies on whom we depend for our well-being. So our ability to be able to contribute to and be part of well-functioning societies is a critical dimension of success. So I strongly believe that all discussions about educational transformation should start with that concept of success. And for me, the most important thing, which I can say starting with my own children, and the one thing that we systematically actually try and dismantle in our learners, is teaching people to be able to construct their own definition of success and see that that definition of success is a shifting concept that changes over time. What I considered success at 25 years old is not what I consider success at 52. And it's perfectly natural for me to have shifted my definitions. Fortunately, I have learned the skills and I've been taught the skills and being able to learn how to learn for myself so that I can do that as an internalized process. But most people are taught that definitions of success come from above, that you have no control over what they are, and you have no control over how to construct your own success. You're at the whim of a number of different forces outside your control. And therefore, the definition of success is, can you get a degree at the end of your program, or can you get a diploma? This is not helping students to be able to be successful after they have graduated. So, to bring this back to a South African policy, because this note is taken directly from South African policy, this is one of the reasons why I think the concept of open learning is still our most powerful policy instrument. So Trudy is sitting at the back there. I've worked with Trudy at some stages or another, helping to define concepts of open learning for South African policy, and a variation of them is what appears at the moment in the PSET white paper. And that, sorry, I keep not moving forward here. Sorry, I'm not used to this. So, open learning is an approach which combines the principles of learner-centeredness, lifelong learning, flexibility of learning provision, removal of barriers to access learning, recognition for credit of prior learning experience, provision of learner support, construction of learning programs in the expectation that learners can succeed, and the maintenance of judicious quality assurance over the design of learning materials and support systems. I think this is a very powerful policy concept, and I think it's something we should be using to judge every decision we take. The interesting thing about this framework of open learning, as it's contained in South African policy, is that it doesn't enable us to just have one lens through which we look at things. So, for example, if we improve learner-centeredness or if we strengthen flexibility of learning provision, some of that might come at the expense of the quality of what we're able to deliver. Alternatively, if we open access, that may cause challenges in terms of quality. So these are principles that exist in tension with one another. And as good educators, it's our responsibility to keep continually trying to get the balance between these right for the specific context of teaching and learning in which we're engaging. And most importantly, it's a very fluid process that's also dependent on our learners. Again, the principal from the college spoke about the fact that when we're talking about the learners who have succeeded or failed, we also have to look at their context and their background. Where did they come from? So if we think that the principles will be the same for people who are coming from rural Northern Cape as they will be from people who are coming from a township in Gauteng, we're living in fantasy land. So we need the freedom and flexibility to be able to make judgments all the time about how to get this balance right. And all the time we should be doing that against that notion of success that I spoke about. It doesn't help if our students are graduating from skills programs, which might enable them even to get a job. But maybe that job is only there for the next year or so, and then the job falls away because the mine moved or whatever else happened, and that person is basically back where they were from the beginning because the learning program gave them nothing other than the skills for that job. When we think about success, we have to think about it more holistically. And we have a responsibility as educators and as educational planners to be thinking about this all the time. So for me, if we're serious about openness in education, which we should be, we have to start by asking what we think the real building blocks of success are, and keep returning to that question every step of the way. For me, that's the journey to openness. And this sounds quite abstract, so what I'm going to do now is just try and give you, sorry, the text here is a bit small, give you a few examples, practically speaking. Unfortunately, I work at a policy level, so I tend to think of macro level things. So for those of you who are in classes and running programs, some of this won't necessarily speak directly to you, but I think every one of these things that I say will be designed to make your job easier, and it has nothing to do with fancy and clever uses of technology. It has nothing to do with feeling some compulsive need to stay ahead of the curve in terms of innovation. I'll say this now and I'll say it again in closing. When we are faced with the levels of uncertainty that we are faced with globally at the moment, the answer is not to be clever. The answer is to go back to the basics and to do the basics exceptionally well so that we set our young learners up for long-term success in their lives. Our education is failing them not because it's not giving them advanced AI skills. Our education is failing them because it's not equipping them with the basics in a grounded way that they can then use to learn for themselves in the future. We've just recruited 20 field workers to help us with a big research project we're doing in South Africa. Of the 20 that we have recruited, there are only 2, and they're all postgraduate university students, by the way, so not even from the college sector where we've got the problems of articulation. These are supposed to be the elite researchers. There are only 2 who can function at even a basic undergraduate level of research and literacy capability. we really don't need to be getting clever. We need to be making sure we're doing the basics well. And so, for me, the key ways in which we do that is not by throwing more technology into the system. At the top level, what we need to be doing is the following, at least, in my opinion. Number one, we have to have empowerment and delegation of authority so that we focus attention on the well-being and empowerment of educators as fully functioning adults who are entrusted with the role of educating for the future. And that may sound like such an obvious statement, but if you just go into the average school and see what the life of the average teacher is like, I defy you to tell me that our policy environment is empowering and delegating authority to those educators as fully functioning adults. It treats them like children, and it puts enormous pressure and stress on those teachers, and they are spinning out, unfortunately, at a significant rate. I also think that education systems are weighed down by policy creep. Most policies create new rules that have to be implemented and enforced. They're the opposite of openness. So if we look since 1994, every year we've had new policies being introduced. And hardly ever have we decommissioned any of the old policies that were already in place. So every time we add a new policy, we're putting it on top of all the existing ones. Very often I can even take one of those policies and I can look at it and say, well, this is actually quite a nice sounding policy. Usually written by liberal academics in my experience, who haven't much experience of running large-scale education systems. But when you start to put the impact of all of those policies together and look at what it's doing to our system, what it's doing to our colleges, it's actually stultified the possibility for meaningful education. So the next step we have to be taking is to decommission policies, to break them down. Those of you who are in CETAs, which are from the CHE, we should be thinking about how we can reduce the extent of compliance that's needed, because when you have too much compliance, it creates stress and it minimizes the possibility of real quality. And I'm prepared to show you many examples. So for me, openness requires simplification and reduction of rules. So policy change should focus on removal or radical simplification of existing policies. And by the way, all of those of you who are parents will know that the key to successful parenting is having few rules and enforcing them rigorously. So please don't confuse with what I'm saying for a free-for-all where people can do whatever they like. But as a parent, I learned that if you have lots of rules for your child, you have chaos because you can't enforce them all systematically and consistently. So if we want to improve quality, the way to do it is to reduce the number of things we police and to make sure that we police them properly. Our policies try to police so many things in this country that they end up policing nothing. Then the third thing for me, and critical again to be thinking about in the context of the discussions that will follow, is how we reduce curriculum rigidity and the emphasis on standardized testing and excessive assessment. So for me, curricula and learning resources that entrench this rigidity cause closure, not openness. Obviously, this is something that varies from one, let's say, skills program to another. There are many skills programs where we have to make sure that we teach very specific skills and we teach them well. And quite often we've lost track of doing that. But even there, I would say that part of the problem is that we've created these, for example, in the TVET colleges, and I work quite extensively in TVET around the world, we've created so much over-elaborated theorization of skills at the expense of actually teaching the real skills properly, that I think we've in many ways created the same problem, even in domains and disciplines where we would naturally think that actually quite a well-defined curriculum is important. For me, these three critical things are actually fundamental to learner empowerment. And I'm sorry, this may sound somewhat esoteric what I've just said, but if we don't tackle problems in this way, if we think that the way we solve the very big problem of youth unemployment, which is our #1 crisis in South Africa, if we think that we solve it by just adding in some new programs and leaving everything else to work the way it's working now, we will never fix any problems. So we have to be brave. We have to use the opportunity of crisis that is presented to us in this country now to effect this kind of transformation, to go back to a very different kind of model. So even though I've spoken about big policy changes and about the importance of empowering educators and making sure that the human resource environment in which they function treats them as fully functioning adults, not as children, and making sure those of us who are responsible for curriculum definition, making sure that we find ways to reduce the rigidity of the curriculum so that it can empower educators to function more effectively. This journey that I'm describing will not start with the big systems changes, but with us and the changes we're willing to make to show more compassion, first of all, to ourselves, and then particularly in our work to each other and to our learners. And for me, the key to success is this concept of compassion. It may sound a little bizarre, but at the moment we have education systems that focus on punitive treatment of people, on telling them all the time what they're doing wrong. This is the opposite of compassion. This is not what creates fully rounded human beings. And only this then can generate true openness in our actions towards others, which then ripples through into education systems of which we're part. So one of the things I learned in educational policy is that we very often think that policy dictates what we can do, because that's kind of the way we experience it. But my experience standing outside of that slightly and looking at it is that policies evolve in response to what people are already doing in the system. So in the area of educational technology, for example, educational technology policies didn't just happen in a vacuum. They happened because people started using technology. And then the policies had to come in place to govern that. So if we are willing to be brave and start doing things in different ways, the policies will have to catch up with us. So the responsibility for change doesn't lie at the top, as we're so often led to believe. And in fact, as our governments would encourage us to believe. Governments like us to stay disengaged because it allows them to stay in control. But the change always starts with us as individuals and us as communities. And when we start making that change, the policies will come with us. So in closing, sorry, I didn't have another slide there. In closing, what I'd like to say is that when you talk about the fourth industrial revolution, when you talk about the need for radical transformation, please don't get sucked into thinking that greater and greater complexity and being clever is the way in which we will solve our problems. We're at a critical moment of transformation of global societies where it is simply impossible to see where we are going to end up. We can either treat that as a tremendously scary concept and retreat back into the past and what we know, or we can embrace it for what it truly is, which is the best opportunity I've seen in my lifetime to actually tackle the real problems that we face head on. And the way we will tackle them is by making sure that we do the basic things that we ought to be doing in our education systems very, very well, so that our learners can find their own way to thrive and their own way to succeed, rather than us trying to define for them what success looks like and then force them down a specific pathway, because that model has failed. So we need to prepare them for a radically different future, and then they can thrive in it and we can thrive with them. Thank you very much. Sorry. I keep forgetting to press that button.
Once again, we give Neil a round of applause and a token of appreciation for your presence here today. Thought-provoking presentation you've made today. We want to thank you for all that you've shared with us. Things that we need to do basically, as you suggest, is that, when we are faced with so much uncertainty, the answer is not to be clever, but to go back to basics. And of course, education must equip our learners to be able to do basic things. And I think that is the message that we take out of your presentation, and of course, a whole lot of other insightful words that you've shared with us. If you are on the social platforms or the media platforms, if you have questions, please just note them. And then what we'll do is that we will flag the questions, and then we will try to respond to some of the questions that you have put up there. So what we're going to do now, we're going to maybe try and get a little bit of response from you now. Let's try and get a little bit of a response from you. If you have any questions, any comment, let's engage and see if we can do in a couple of minutes. So, any questions from the floor? I'm taking hands or comments, something that you feel really stimulated you, something you think you might do differently. If there's a question on the social media, you guys at the back, you will help us just to put it on the screen, so that we can engage. If no questions come, then we will proceed. But remember, in the beginning, we had Ntate Seigo, who came through and gave us, who welcomed us and wanted to see a lot of the officials here in his office. So hopefully we will have another meeting later on with Ntate Seigo there. I was also included in that instruction to go to the office. Secondly, we had the Premier's address, and key from the Premier's address was to say that we have, as a province, centralized the bursaries from the province. They are no longer given from individual departments, but they have been centralized in the office of the Premier. We have a hand here. And what has also happened is that we have moved away from the loan system, and the bursaries are now a bursary, and some debt has been written off, and that simply means nobody is owing the provincial government, because you cannot start to work and still owe a debt of studying. So we'll take questions. Please just indicate who you are and where you're from. Would appreciate if you don't put a preamble before your question. Just ask a question if you can, but if you want to contextualize it, do it so that we can also follow you. So we have 2 hands so far. Can I just note the hands first? Yes, the first one and the second one. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Hlongwane. I'm from the College of Accounting Sciences, UNISA. My question is directed to Dr. Green. My question is with respect to policies, as he highlighted much on policies, that is there any alignment between the basic education and higher education in terms of these policies? And also, how do we address the inequalities that exist in private and public basic education, so that they are not disadvantaging our learners when they go into higher education? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Skokong, and my question is directed to Mr. Neil Busha. When you say that we have got too many policies that are really becoming a stumbling block in the implementation of the system. Do you think that if we did deregulate, perhaps our pedagogy, curriculation, and articulation will be able to be realized? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question? I think the first question that was asked by Moses is directed to Dr. Green. Dr. Green has not presented yet. So he will come through, and maybe when he presents, he will respond to your question. Or you meant, all right, sure. Got the question.
I do, I think. So I think the first honest answer we have to give about things is that there are no easy solutions to the situation in which we find ourselves now. The first step to making sure that we deal with inequality is to put back in place meaningful respect for human life, which unfortunately is missing from South Africa, and it's missing completely at all levels of leadership in society, political and otherwise. The evidence is that we don't have real respect for human life. It's evidence in, if we look at the levels of gender-based violence in South Africa and how unimportant it seems to be to tackle that problem, despite the fact that it's, for me at least, I always debate whether youth unemployment or gender-based violence is the #1 problem we ought to be tackling. But if it's not #1, it's at least a close #2. And we have to start there. We actually have to start a discourse that enables people to see value in themselves in what they do. Until that happens, I don't think equality is possible at any level. And I know that that's a very esoteric sounding response to your question, but for me it's the most fundamental thing. And until we start believing in the value of if you look at Russian literature, for example, a lot of Russian literature is premised on the idea that societies end up with the leaders they deserve. So we like to complain about our leaders here in South Africa quite a lot. But I've moved around the world and seen leadership in various different guises. And I think the idea that that societies get the leaders they deserve is a true one, because we end up with leaders that reflect the values that we hold as people. And so I think for all of us, we have to start to interrogate the extent to which we really, truly believe that all humans have value that justifies them getting the kinds of opportunities that currently are reserved for the elite, because I don't think that we do at the moment. When it comes to the policy side of things, for me, the way to get back to equality has got to be to start with, not deregulating is a word that people find difficult, so I won't say it that way, but decomplicating the curriculum. The old style curriculum with lots of, particularly at secondary level, which is focused on lots of subjects and lots of electives and different alternatives that require specialized teachers to teach those electives with subjects in boxes, and you have to take 7 subjects, etc., etc. This is designed to entrench failure and inequality. It is not designed to create equality. So in my opinion, we should make sure that the formal curriculum requirements expected are radically simplified and focus much more on the kinds of core competences that I was talking about in my presentation, and much less on whether we can memorize a whole geography book of content, for example. And I think that can be a significant step towards restoring some prospect of equality. I want to segue to the second question about the challenge of deregulating policies and where it leaves us in terms of articulation and all sorts of other kinds of things. Again, I've been working in the policy environment for many years, and the one thing that I'm very, very confident about is, number one, it is much easier to generate complexity than it is to create simplicity, which is one of the reasons why we have such complicated and detailed policy. People are confused when we use the term simplicity. People think it's an easy term. But to create really well-designed, simple policies is much harder than creating complicated policies. But if we can get it right, I'm willing to guarantee that the prospects of articulation between different subsystems will be radically improved, not made worse. The more rules of combination you start introducing through more detail and more complexity, the harder it will be to ensure that there's articulation between different systems. So I think not deregulation, but simplification of the regulation process is a critical element of effective articulation. When it comes to the issue then of equality, if you go to the Department of Basic Education's website and just run a quick search for school policies, just pull up the page and see the list of all the policies and regulations that are currently in place that govern schools. And ask yourself, when you start opening them, and by the time you get to page 10,000 of regulations, ask yourself whether there is anything in that space that you can see that is going to help to make a poor, under-resourced school function more effectively. It's just not possible. Because when you've got that many rules and that much complexity, the people who are at the margins of society will be the ones who suffer first. So again, if we're serious about equality, we should focus on massively reducing the complexity of governance of the system, and then instead focusing our attention much, much more on making sure that we actually help to build capacity and build capability, and not punish people for trying to do different things and to try to do better. At the moment, our education system largely punishes people for innovation. It doesn't reward them. I speak in the education ministry, government department level. Bureaucrats will not try new things unless they are exceptionally brave, because there is no reward for trying something that fails, and there is tremendous failure. There's tremendous punishment that can come for trying something that fails. So again, if we can shift away from that kind of top-down authoritarian system, which is actually reflective of our colonial and apartheid past as a country, which is the kind of sad thing, that we've replicated that same model of authoritarianism in how we treat schools. If we can reverse that and focus on empowerment and humanization and valuing humans, that's how we will start to create the possibilities for equality. But again, I don't want to be trite about this. It's not an easy process, because at the end of the day, it has to start with building the sense of belief that people need to have inside themselves that they are equal. So when I talk about the problem of epigenetics, if we have multiple generations of people who have grown up under colonialism and apartheid, having been told that they are worth nothing, literally, we have to turn that around first so that people can start to find value in themselves, because that is so deeply embedded in their body memory that the idea that we will create equality just by changing rules at the top level, for me, is a joke. We have to start with turning around and having those conversations about how we bring back that sense of value that we've lost in this country over, as I say, over more than 100 years. It's not a short process. That's why we have to turn it around. Sorry, very esoteric, but, and I hope I gave some answer to your question. Again, not deregulation. It's simplification of the regulation process so that it works properly. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, I ramble on.
Thank you so much. We want to encourage participants on Teams to raise your questions, and we can just project your questions, and you can raise your hand. We'll even give you the opportunity to even speak here. So we can do that as time goes on. Do we still have any hand that we need to take? There's one at the back. There's one at the back. 2, 3, 4. We're warming up now. In that order, please. Please, once again, just remind us who you are, where you're from, and then you ask your question.
My name is Henry Mhlauli from ZFM Gauteng Municipality. If I heard Mr. Neil correctly, in his critique of the summative and formative assessment model, I I was wondering what is his take in terms of a new alternative when it comes to assessment. Thank you.
We'll take them all.
Okay, thank you. My name is Messi Segano. I'm from the National Union of Mine Workers Artisan Academy. I just want to check whether are we going to be able to get the slides so that we can be able to direct our question even post the seminar, because it will help. What the presenter was presenting was more on the challenges facing the learners in the basic education. And one was interested in getting, how do we move from basic education challenges to post, so that we can also be relevant to the theme itself, because we are more interested in the post-school and how will that create jobs for these young people, particularly in this province. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, ma'am.
Mine is just a comment. It's just that what I've learned during the discussion is that I was so taken up about the technology, how human science is working in practice. When you are starting to introduce the concepts that the human body is an integrated learning organism. And he told us about how many cells in the brain and in the gut. And really, I say the second brain is the gut. As human beings and as parents, we need to teach our children the importance of looking after our guts. That once you are saying that good nutrition, make sure that you make sure that your children they eat a healthy breakfast before going to school and during the day. And also, in order that this brain should work, or our children must have mental resilience, they need to, like in the schools, at least they are trying their utmost, exercises and communication is very important, and make sure that the children are sleeping well, 6 to 8 hours, and our children must teach them to be mindfulness. Therefore, they are going to develop this mental resilience and be able to compete with the fourth industrial revolution.
Thank you, ma'am. Right there at the back.
Yeah, actually, thank you, Program Director. So I think in terms of my first question, it's around the issue, in terms of the role of academics in terms of poverty alleviation. So actually, I think my direct question, in fact, what can be the role of academics in poverty alleviation? And the second one, I think part of the thing that you are looking at is actually the issue of reducing unemployment and poverty. But if you look in terms of the work and the research that have been done, it's actually showing that generally in South Africa and many African countries, that in the past 20 years, as we invest more in poverty and unemployment, those particular two variables, they're also going up. So what's the real problem? So as we put more money, we expect those particular poverty and unemployment just to go down, but they are going up. So I don't know, maybe we need to put less money so that those two variables may go down. So actually, thank you, Chair.
It's a very good research question there. Neil, there's a couple of questions. The first one is about these, you have them on. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm glad for the last question because it helps me to connect back to the second question. So that's great. So just be clear, for the first question, you spoke about alternatives to formative and summative assessment. When I directed my criticisms, it was about the excess of summative assessment. I wasn't critiquing the very essential role of formative assessment as a critical part of well-designed learner support. I would say in general, even with formative assessment though, I think the problem is not with the concepts themselves. We obviously have to have some form of summative assessment in our processes. The problem is that we've taken it to excess, and we focused so heavily on the performance of students in high-stakes summative assessment activities. Obviously, this varies from sector to sector, from discipline to discipline, and so on. But in general, it is still the case that there are high-stakes summative assessments on which students must focus. That gears the attention of the teachers, the academics, the instructors around making sure that the students pass that summative assessment, and very often that's done at the expense of real learning. So I'm not arguing the case for removing formative and summative assessment. I'm simply arguing the case for reducing the extent of it, and particularly at a systemic level for reducing how much standardized testing we think is important in our systems. The pendulum has swung way too far. So for me, it's not about getting rid of something, it's about getting a balance. As far as a well-designed assessment strategy goes, and what kinds of methods one should be using, in my experience, that is very much a program-specific issue, and it needs to be understood in relation to exactly what it is we're trying to teach. But my experience, again, will be typically that less is more, because if we do fewer formative assessments even, that gives the instructor or the teacher more time to actually engage with them and provide meaningful feedback. Formative assessment is most useful because of the feedback it provides the student. So if we have so much formative assessment that the teachers can't mark fast enough, or the instructors, and they can't give meaningful feedback, we've actually undermined the logic of that formative assessment. And there's a significant limitation to what technology can supplement there. It can help with some of the sort of, some elements of assessment of some parts of a subject, for example, where we can use multiple choice answers or whatever, but it's not going to be a full replacement for meaningful feedback coming from an educator explaining where you're going wrong and why, that you can learn from that. So I would say less is more, and obviously a diverse range of assessment methods is obviously going to be better than just having the same assessment method for everything. But I think for the rest, it then has to be a program-specific design process. I understand completely why the second observer, well, first of all, the slides are available and I hope they'll be shared. And I'm sorry that I did such a bad job of displaying them through the presentation. I keep thinking my computer's the one that's displaying, which is my limitation. I would argue very strongly, though, that what I said is as relevant to postgraduate higher education as it is to basic education. When I was at university doing a master's degree, I did a thesis. In many disciplines now, where a thesis used to be a perfectly acceptable way of a person getting on and constructing their own learning agenda and going and learning, we have coursework-based master's degrees that put a lot of pressure on students to go through and work through large volumes of content for no good reason. So please don't get me wrong, I'm not saying coursework-based master's degrees are a bad thing. In some disciplines they're essential, but they've become a norm now across many disciplines where actually our undergraduate education should have prepared students well enough with the basic competences that they could construct their own learning program by the time they got to master's level. So exactly the same principles would apply, everything I've said, to the highest level of postgraduate higher education as it would to early learning. In fact, early learning is probably the place where these problems are the least of an issue because of the openness of the curriculum at that level. So I really do think that this is very much, everything I've said is very much about post-secondary education and training. Now, I recognize completely that there are material realities that we need to deal with. We need to make sure that programs are helping students to get jobs today. Of course we do. Please don't think for 1 second that I'm thinking that that's not the case. But I have two questions that we need to ask there. Number one, around that, what is happening to make sure that the numbers of jobs that are available are increasing. We have not done a good job of that in South Africa at all. This is not the fault of people in this room. Please don't get me wrong. I started a small business over 20 years ago. I guarantee you I would not start a business in South Africa today because the bureaucratic complexity of setting up a small business is so great that I simply wouldn't waste my time and energy. And even if I did, I don't think that I could sustain the cash flow to make it work successfully without cheating. That's the simple reality of the bureaucracy and what it's done to small business. If we want to create jobs, we shouldn't just be thinking about people going into the mining industry. We should be thinking about growing economies, because the mining industry and the agricultural industry will never employ all of our young people. So around the space of what we're doing teaching and learning with, we need to make sure that as a country, we are creating more opportunities for people to work than we have at the moment. That's not something we can deal with today, but it is fundamental to this discussion. Number two, we need to make sure that our programs are not just narrowly designed on preparing students for one career pathway, as if that is what their future will hold economically, because there is no evidence to suggest that that will work successfully. So all of the issues that I'm describing about teaching these core generic skills should be integrated into every program at every level. Just look around us. We talk about, and to link to the third person who spoke, thank you very much for, it's always interesting to hear someone talking back what I said and thinking, my goodness, did I actually say all that? People must think I've gone mad. But, you know, we talk about the importance of teaching our children these basic habits. How many of us actually engage these basic habits on a day-to-day basis in our own lives? So the need to be building this capability is an ongoing, lifelong journey. It's not just a once-off thing. And it should be happening at all levels of the education system. And in fact, unfortunately, the PSET system now has to bear a significantly greater burden of responsibility for that than it should have to, because the basic education system is not functioning properly. So I've had a long history of association with universities in this country, and universities have systematically tried to say that the problem of basic education is the problem of basic education. We're not going to deal with it. And all that's been happening is they have had to scale down the levels at which first-year university programs function because of the lack of preparedness of students coming into the system. And unfortunately, what they didn't do at the time they should have is made sure that they solved the problem at the point of entry of the student coming into the university system and said, yes, the failure of the basic education system is our problem. We will tackle it at the beginning so that it doesn't stay with the student through their entire post-secondary education and training career. That is still your problem today. And if anything, it's likely to be worse post-COVID than it was before COVID, because particularly students at the margins have been really, really seriously affected by the closure of schools around the world. So sort of then linking to the past one then, and I hope that then, because what is the role of academics in poverty alleviation? Well, I mean, it's got to start with academics seeing that they play a role in poverty alleviation. I engage with a lot of academics, and most of the academics I engage with don't think that that's their responsibility to deal with, as if they exist outside of a system. One simple and obvious way in which I thought that one could help with poverty alleviation is to make the results of research easier to access. So in the field of agriculture, for example, I've read quite a few peer-reviewed journal articles. I did a lot of work with the Regional Universities Forum for Capacity Building in Agriculture, which is based at Makerere University in Uganda. And I spent quite a lot of time engaging with their research papers and journals. And the saddest part about them was that an enormous amount of high-quality research was being done by African agricultural academics that the average farmer will never get access to, because it's written in such complicated academic language and in a way that cannot be understood by any effective farmer because they're too busy running their farm. So a simple way in which we can help with poverty alleviation is to make the results of that good knowledge production accessible. That doesn't mean don't go through the peer-reviewed journal article process, but it does mean maybe a responsibility for creating a simplified version in a 1 or 2 page infographic that would actually be useful to a farmer to help to understand how to apply some of the techniques that were being learned in that research, for example. There's a myriad of ways in which academics can play a role in poverty alleviation. But the key one comes for me down to that sort of last question, that we've put more and more money into poverty and into unemployment, and the problems get worse, not better. Why is this? Well, again, this is why I've gone on what I think for many of you might seem like quite insane tangents as I get older. Because the one thing I've realized is that money is an energy, it is not a thing. You can put as much money as you like into the problem of poverty and unemployment, but if you don't deal with the underlying structural problem, which is that poverty and unemployment are a product of generations of people systematically being denied access to mainstream society and being told that they are valueless, then the more money you put into it, the more you will make the worse you will make the problem. Because the money that goes in, we all know this. When you have a mindset of scarcity, if money comes your way, you grab that money and you spend it as fast as you can before it's gone. So if you don't understand the concept of money as a thing that flows through your life, and that the starting point is how you value yourself, then that money will just keep flowing through the system. It's why we had the problem of state capture. When you put people who've had nothing into positions where they suddenly have access to money and resources, they will take the money. And it happens everywhere in the world. We shouldn't judge it. But what we need to change is the notion that the money is a limited commodity. Money is just a social construct by which we articulate value. So if we don't have a sense of our own value, the money that comes through us will never convert into wealth. It will always just be spending, and it will be lost. And I know that, I'm sorry, I know I'm verging on the realm of the massively esoteric what I'm saying here, but I am very convinced that if we want to solve the problems of poverty and unemployment, we have to start by building people's sense of their own value, their own confidence, their own capability in themselves. And in a country like South Africa, the education system at every single level, from early learning all the way through to the top postgraduate programs, has to be actively engaged in that program of reconstruction, because otherwise we will not get it right. So I'm sorry, again, I don't think that's an easy answer to the question. But I do think that what that questioner observed is quite correct. Simply putting more and more money into solving that problem will never solve that problem. The Europeans are about to discover that with all the cheap money they're throwing at the energy crisis, because they're not dealing with the real problem, which is overconsumption of energy. And they need to cut back on their consumption of energy instead of making it easier for people to buy energy, because what that's going to do is it's going to cause a loss of wealth, not a growth of wealth. It's the same basic principle. Sorry, that's really weird, but putting money into systems to solve problems, you will never solve the problem of poverty and unemployment by just throwing money at it. There's no way. We have to grapple with why people are in positions of poverty and unemployment in the first place and help them to build their way out of it. Thank you. Sorry.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we say thank you so much to Neil. Thank you so much for responding to the questions. And I'm going to call you CEO for the last time today. He is the CEO of Neil Butcher and Associates, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a round of applause. We are going to take a short break now. Is there a question? I get an indication that there's an online question. All right. Can you please patch him through or her? I thought you were done, Neil. Right, here we go. Please go ahead. doesn't seem to be okay. Oh, those are the questions. It's way too small. Right. The one from Nhlapo Stanley says, Mr. Neil Busher, I agree with you in the notion of simplifying the curriculum, and I think students should have the liberty to choose their major subjects and electives that would really have an impact on the skill that they need. That would also be relevant to the type of skill they need rather than to be dictated by the faculty. And then the other one is make knowledge accessible, publishing the different platforms, use understandable language. That is just a note. And then there's one on top, I don't know if you can go. Oh. No, we're good. Thank you so much. So that is a comment, Neil, basically just agrees with you. All right. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We shall break for tea. We come back at 1:15. But before we go, Mrs. Lowe, please come forward. We want Mr. Butcher to also just declare when he goes back to work. They nearly gave you the second one there. All right, so thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We come back sharp at 1:15. Thank you. Participants on the online, we're just going to take a short break. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, please help me to request the colleagues to get inside so that we can start. Please don't put what I'm going to say online as we wait for the other guys. I want to tell you a story while we wait for the other people to come through. Am I allowed? So there's these three guys who go out to a festival. And after the festival, they decide, these guys have put me online. Himatot. We'll share that one after lunch because I see I'm online already. Right, colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming back. There's one announcement that I have to make. This morning we experienced load shedding until 8 o'clock, right? There's another round also expected after 2 o'clock. So I've been requested that we must try our level best to push and put in as many presenters as possible. And of course not to undermine the program also, but to allow us to also engage as we go on. So you will bear with us. We just gonna put a little bit of gas on it and step on it, and so that when load shedding comes back, it does not find us wanting. So the idea is for us to have lunch as we depart. So we'll request that you bear with us so that we can do this. Our participants on Teams, thank you very much for your patience. We are about to start. Remember, as we go, please just note your questions right on the comment section there, and then we would know that you have a question. The presenter I'd like to present, he represents an organization mandated to conduct research on higher education, monitor trends in higher education, and provide advice to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and of course the Apex Organization of Quality Assurance of Higher Education in South Africa. He also has extensive experience in a range of education settings, having served as a high school educator, and as a teacher, educator at college lecturer, and a lecturer and senior lecturer at university level. He holds a bachelor's degree, a higher diploma in education, a Bachelor of Education honors, Masters of Education, or Master of Education, all from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He earned his PhD from the University of Stellenbosch. Dr. Green has published in his field of expertise and also presented a number of papers at national and at international conferences. Today, he is going to present on the Council of Higher Education, University South Africa, University of the Free State, staff experiences of and perspectives on teaching and learning and its future. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome the Executive Officer for Council on Higher Education, Dr. Whitfield Green, with a round of applause, please. I can see we forget. We forget to be generous. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kale, for that warm introduction, and thank you all colleagues for inviting us to present at this really important forum, and to Mr. Percy Sego, the principal of Northern Cape Rural TVET College. Thank you for your hosting and a warm hospitality. I have a task of presenting some outcomes of a research study that was conducted by the CHE in partnership with Universities South Africa, the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the University of Free State. And the idea of the project was to really try and understand experiences of lecturers and students during COVID-19, with a view to understanding what are the lessons that can be learned from the quite big changes and the quite big responses that happened during that period, as we then move forward into new learning and teaching futures. So it's both student and staff perspectives. There were 2 surveys that were conducted. Let me try and get this working. Okay, so my presentation today really is to place the surveys, the 2 surveys, in context of a bigger research project that the CHE is undertaking to understand learning and teaching futures, and to introduce those surveys, to highlight the main findings of those surveys, and then to allow some engagement on that. These 2 surveys were conducted within the context of a research project that we call the RELATE project, a Reconceptualizing Learning and Teaching project, which consists of a number of sub-projects. So it's a meta-project consisting of a number of sub-projects that hone in on particular aspects of experiences over the last 2 years, with a view to understanding what are the emerging futures and what are the kind of artifacts that we need to think about in enabling those futures for the aspects that we want to enable. So just to introduce then, there are 2 reports available. The one is on students' access to and use of learning materials, quite a comprehensive report. This report is based on a survey I'm hoping I'm not going to have problems going. Was based. Okay, was based on a survey that was conducted in the university space. Across all 26 universities were invited to participate. Unfortunately, TVET College didn't participate in the survey, but I think the findings are still relevant in terms of the general student experience. And there was a particular focus on NSFAS students to understand the experiences of NSFAS students during COVID-19. Understanding that NSFAS students experience learning and teaching in a particular context, and to understand the effects of the pandemic and the restrictions that were encountered during that period on the students. And so you can see it was quite a big survey, and we had almost 50,000 respondents to the survey across the country. The second one was on staff. So we surveyed all the staff in the higher education institutions, the academics in particular, and the academic leaders, and then also to get their perspectives on what they saw as emerging trends out of the experience of COVID-19 and the pandemic. And you can see some of the questions then that we asked staff in the survey, including to reflect on what they thought were the longer term implications of lessons learned during the pandemic. So 9 themes emerged strongly from the research that was conducted across the 2 surveys. And we're not going to distinguish between the 2 because very similar themes started to come through. And you can see those 9 themes listed on the slide. ranging from reflections on blended learning and the implications for limited infrastructure, right up to issues of data management, data analytics, and issues of student financial aid. I'm going to go into each of those themes in more detail. So if we look at theme 1 then, enhancing a blended learning infrastructure. So one of the big things that jumped out was that the shift to first what was called emergency remote teaching and learning, which morphed later into what was called multimodal teaching and learning, and now what is being referenced more broadly as online and blended learning, was a very unequal one for institutions and for students and for staff. And if we look then at the access to infrastructure in terms of devices, what stood out starkly was that even though most learning went online, many students didn't have access to a suitable device for teaching and learning, right? So you can see the general availability of laptops for students in the survey were about 70%, with a lower rate for NSFAS students of 51%. So just 50% of students on the NSFAS financial aid scheme had access to laptops, which meant that many students were actually learning and navigating teaching and learning during that time using smartphones. And you can imagine then the experience of learning and teaching using a platform like that. So you can see the smartphone accessibility was much greater, and so large numbers of students using that. The issue of data also jumped out as a big issue, both for staff and for students, right? And inequality of our system stood out starkly. So there were some institutions that could move quite rapidly into dealing with crisis and were able to provide data for their students at quite high levels of accessibility. But there were many other institutions that couldn't do that, and that took quite a long time to do that. So in terms of accessing information, accessing data, using the platforms that required you to be online, students were using a variety of methods to do this. So they had to buy their own data. Many students had to do that. Draw on public Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi fiber at home, but you can see for NSFAS students then, that wasn't really a possibility for Wi-Fi fiber systems at home. Free access through the university, not for many students, less than 50% of students during this time had access through a university. Hotspots from someone else and a variety of other measures. So access to data and online accessibility, really a big challenge. So I think in thinking about moving towards the future and using online and blended learning, this has to be an issue that has to be considered in relation to providing students with this kind of access. The staff, we asked the staff, what are the big concerns and what are the big challenges that they faced in interacting, facilitating learning and teaching. And you can see staff indicated lack of interaction, so the loss of that physical way of teaching and learning, learning and teaching in online spaces, student participation, that kind of interaction dropped quite significantly. Students not having the necessary resources, which I've already indicated. And interestingly, staff indicated the pressure of having to conduct research, but the stress of that time having really big impact on their ability to keep up their research work. And then you can see the biggest concerns they had was students' access to resources. Academic dishonesty became a really big issue. And we'll pick up on that theme a little later. And staff were indicating that they were concerned about the quality of learning and teaching and the quality of interaction with their students. Conversely to that, if you look at the data around learning and teaching and assessment, assessment results during COVID-19 have shot up in the university system. Throughput rates, pass rates, graduation rates have increased. And a really interesting thing to be thinking about, you know, in the context of concern around academic integrity and quality and increase in success. But important not to look at this from the perspective of one side only, because many students and many staff pointed to the different ways in which assessment was happening, and the different possibilities that emerged during this period. So the move away from that summative assessment to a much more continuous form of assessment. The move away just from that paper-based question and answer type examination to other ways of probing whether students were engaging with learning could have also contributed to the trends that we are seeing. So that's one of the further areas of study that we are engaging with. The idea of learning, teaching quality, assessment in online and blended learning, academic integrity, and student success. So the main findings in terms of theme one, right? Digital infrastructure, a real big challenge. If we're going to move increasingly into online and blended learning as a possibility going forward in a more open learning approach, then we have to be taking cognizance of adequate learning and teaching infrastructure. Access of devices for students is a must. Right? Access to data is a must. Access to platforms for teaching and learning support that allow interaction is a must if we're going to be dealing with the quality issues around learning and teaching. If we go to theme 2, enabling innovation and quality blended learning and teaching. Right? So we asked the academics to give us a sense of what were the big changes that happened in terms of learning and teaching. And you could see the kind of different methodologies and pedagogies that the lecturers had adopted. And you can see a big one was making lecture recordings, etc., available to students online. So this idea of real-time learning and teaching and delayed learning and teaching came through as quite a big theme and quite a positive theme, because students were saying that when you have lectures online and you can engage with them in real time, when you don't engage to the extent that you want to and you still have questions, there's opportunities for revisiting. And students were pointing to that as a really positive opportunity. So reinforcing, going back, rethinking became something that was possible. Right? Using a wider range of learning management system tools in teaching and learning. So we saw a variety of tools, Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and a range of others. Using a wider range of online learning materials, working more flexible hours, being more available to students online, using a wider range of technology. So these were all things that started to come through quite strongly for the academics. And quite exciting. But on the other side of that, academics were also pointing to the high stress and the high levels of engagement that this took, and the constant online presence, and the constant interaction with students, and the kind of blurring of work and life, and the stress, the mental stress that has caused. And it's still an issue that really is quite prevalent in the system. So, while the case of stress and kind of this blurring of boundaries was there, a lot of positive sentiments were expressed, both by lecturers and by students. So, for example, if I just read the one quote, it is not all negative. Being forced to teach online has sparked a lot of creativity amongst all sectors of the university, and perhaps the realization that you should have made much more use of technology previously. From a student, the lecturers are always available online if I have a question. my classmates and I communicate to solve problems. So the online platform started to provide different possibilities, different ways of engaging for students as well as for academics. We asked staff the extent to which they supported the following measures in terms of quality of blended learning and teaching. So measures to ensure the quality of assessments, 94% of staff indicated that that was an area that required a significant attention. Neil, your issue around policy, so this was one of the questions that was asked as well, you know, so is there a need for further policy around this area? And conversely, academics were saying, yes, they would appreciate more guidelines and more policy on blended learning and teaching. But I think it's the nature of the policy that is the issue, you know. So policy that's constriction, that is constrictive in its nature or bureaucratic in its nature versus policy that's supportive and enabling. And I think that's what seems to be what's required, right? And the academics were asking that we paid attention to issues of quality. So quality reviews of blended learning and teaching materials was also one of the things that came through quite strongly. So the main findings in terms of team 2, right? So we need a more national and institutional guidance in relation to enabling quality blended learning and teaching. We have to be reimagining the integration between pedagogy and technology, right? So technology, how technology can be enabling in an online and blended learning environment in ways that are pedagogically sound and theoretically sound. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic and the beginning of this experience, the kind of tendency of using technology in post-box fashion. So the dumping of stuff onto the technology platform, and students just needed to work with that. And evolution over time to more considered approaches around how to use a technology in pedagogically sound ways. So theorizing pedagogy in the context of a new technology is a really important theme that's emerging in the environment. Let me jump to theme 3, this issue of digital and blended skills. And this came up as well earlier. The assumption that we have a digital generation, I think, is a flawed assumption. And that the assumption that our students and that our learners are embedded in a digital space and are completely adept at using digital tools. Clearly, the data doesn't show that. Right? So our students, the large majority of our students, struggle with the basic digital skills. Struggle with things like email, things like utilizing Word, Excel, accessing the actual platforms for teaching and learning. Right? So if we're going to be moving into teaching and learning futures that draw to a great extent on these kind of affordances, we're going to have to pay attention to the digital skills. It doesn't come through with students as they progress from basic education into post-school education and training. Right? So building digital capacity is really an important big issue. Right? So a lack of knowledge when it comes to using online resources. It's very frustrating and challenging at times when you don't know how to use the technologies. I'm a slow typer and I couldn't do my tests on time. I couldn't submit my assignments on time. Lack of technical support from the university were all big issues that we need to address with. So building digital competence becomes an important issue. Right? This is not only for staff, for students. This was also evident for staff as well. So staff enablement around digital competences and digital skills is really also a big area for capacity development. Theme 4, enhancing capacitation of academic staff. Right? So you can see we asked staff what were the areas that you'd need capacity building in as we moved into learning and teaching futures that drew on a variety of modes of delivery. And these were some of the things that staff were saying. Quality assurance mechanisms for blended learning and teaching facilitation skills, creating, administering, and marking online assessments, and knowledge about the design of blended curriculum, right? Utilizing technology in general, knowledge about blended learning pedagogies, and then the basic ones as well, using the learning management system, Microsoft Office skills, basic computer literacy were also some of the things that staff were pointing to in terms of capacity development. So staff, some of the voices that were coming through, my biggest concern is the lack of knowledge in a large portion of academic staff. Design for online and blended learning, designing curriculum for online and blended learning, designing lessons for online and blended learning, designing learning materials for online and blended learning is not something that's automatic and something that needs to be developed. Okay, so as we move into this space, as we consider a greater utilization of online and blended learning possibilities in our PSET environment, there is a need to think about capacity building initiatives for staff, right? We have to enhance a staff ability to utilize the platforms, utilize the opportunities effectively. In a multimodal, a flexible way of learning and teaching, as all of these possibilities of our face-to-face and our online and our blended possibilities become opportunities that we can grasp. So let's go to theme 5, and this was really an important one, this issue of assessment integrity. Sorry, skipped a slide. So the issue of cheating was raised as a really big thing, that there was no way of really controlling, or limited ways of controlling the integrity of assessments. And institutions try to do this in multiple ways. You know? Many institutions obtained what they called proctoring systems, where you could have some level of supervision of students as they undertook assessments. But there were strong feelings coming through that even with those systems in place, being sure that the work that was being submitted by students was actually the students' own work was a big area of concern. So staff were feeling, or not just feeling, but pointing to evidence of increasing incidences of student dishonesty. Disciplinary issues became much more than were in previous years. There was this issue of online stuff being available, everything happening online, students being able to access material using cut and paste mechanisms for submitting assignments. Platforms like Turnitin and those that looked at finding where material was a student's own material was not working sufficiently. And so the issue of academic integrity, assessment integrity in online and blended learning is something that we will have to engage with collectively as a PSET system as we move in this direction. So there needs to be fast-tracked sharing and building of capacity in the issue of academic integrity. And it's not just about surveillance. It's really about building a sense of ethics around academic work and the importance of your own work in an academic environment. Okay, theme 6. In theme 6, we probed what was happening with the academic leaders. So not just the academics, the people who are teaching, but the people who are managing the teachers and managing the academic project. And yeah, you could see it was also really quite a concern. It was also a sink or swim situation. So the academic leaders also found themselves just kind of working in a space and not sufficiently capacitated to be able to work in this space. And so you can see things like leadership management training opportunities they would appreciate in relation to online and blended learning. How do you allocate human resources? What counts as a adequate teaching load that doesn't create an overburden for staff in an online teaching and learning environment? How do you budget for online and blended teaching and learning? All of these issues started to come to the fore for the academic leaders. So there's multiple levels of capacity development that's required as we move into the space of online and blended learning for the students, for the teachers, for the teacher leaders, for administration and management as well. Okay, so you can see some of the voices that came through from the academic leaders. I like the last one there. In science, we are not trained in leadership and management. So one has to wing it as you go along and gauge how negatively or positively you interact with your staff. And I think this is a really true a portrayal of how the level of importance we allocate to the role of teaching in the PSET space, and particularly in universities, where academics transition through an academic pipeline, a pathway, they do a PhD, and then they're expected to teach and automatically be good teachers. In other spaces, it's a little bit different, but I think even in the TVET space, there is that sense that we don't capacitate our teachers effectively to play the important role of teaching and of managing teaching. It's being naughty again. So the main findings is, again, this need to empower academic leaders in their role in leading the academic project, in leading the curriculum, in leading program design and program delivery in ways that actually align with the utilization of different modalities, including online and blended modalities. Right, Theme 7, levering data analytics. So this was also a strength that came through quite strongly in the experience, that when students and lecturers are engaging online, the opportunity to generate data around teaching and learning is very strong. You know, because of the online presence, one can start generating data around the extent to which students are engaging, the efficacy of particular kinds of approaches, and so on. And so levering data analytics to better understand learning and teaching and to improve learning and teaching going forward was a big theme that came through. So institutions were finding this quite a big strength in relation to moving into an online and blended learning space, you know. But serious questions also started to be asked because of the ethics of data and the availability of data in online spaces and whether students were engaged sufficiently enough in terms of the implications of using this data and whether staff were capacitated sufficiently enough in terms of the ethics of student data in online and blended learning environments. So while it's a great affordance, might allow us to understand learning and teaching in this space much better, the issue of data ethics becomes a really big issue that we have to be considering going forward. Right? But I think a key lesson is that the ability for us to embrace analytics, to more deeply understand learning and teaching and quality learning and teaching becomes very possible and more possible in online and blended learning environments. So this was also a theme that came through, that embarking on ways of learning and teaching, on modalities of learning and teaching, making conscious choices requires scholarship. And the need for teachers to engage in scholarship around pedagogy and scholarship around teaching and learning in order to inform their practice. Now, it's a very big theme that's been driven in the university space, but I think it's a theme that has been driven across the PSET space. So even if lecturers in TVET colleges are not undertaking research, right? So the scholarship of learning and teaching is a big drive in higher education. How do we afford opportunity for teachers in other spaces to access the scholarship that is starting to emerge around this range of themes so that they can draw on it in their own practice as well? Right? So the notion of engaged scholarship. I'm not just an automaton that sits in a training session and a guru does a master class for me on how to teach in a particular way, and I go and replicate that. I need to engage with it. I need to understand it. I need to internalize it. I need to be able to be critical about it. I need to understand its applicability in my specific context. Engaged scholarship is a capacity we need for all our teachers across the PSET space. Right? So that this just makes that point, right? That building the potential for engaged scholarship in the PSET teaching fraternity is an important goal. And then the last theme was student financial aid. Right? The pandemic highlighted inequality, and it's highlighted inequality in society in general, but in education in particular as well. So people who could navigate, institutions who could navigate, students who could navigate the crisis better were those who had better resourced environments. Right? A clear finding across these surveys. Right? So if we're going to be moving into online and blended learning spaces in more direct ways, how do we enhance student financial aid to enable them to access the resources that are required in this environment? Right? Access to learning devices, access to data, and access to connectivity were the three real big issues. Right? So having data was one thing. Many students complained about, yes, we've got data, but the environments we live in, there's connectivity issues. Constant breakdowns of electricity means no connectivity. Or weak signals in my area, no connectivity. So these are big issues that we'll need to deal with if we are to look at learning and teaching futures that embrace technology in greater ways and that move in the direction of more use of online and blended learning. So you can see some of the voices that came through around this. Right? So students didn't have money to buy books, see to their basic needs, accessing the needs that came with online and blended learning was completely out of their reach. Right? Lack of study space, study materials, data shortages, and so on. This is becoming more and more clear, not just for NSFAS students, but for students generally in the system. You know, we talk about the missing middle students who just aren't adequately funded at present as well, and the need to support them much more strongly. So colleagues, those are some of the findings that came through from the two surveys that we do need to reflect on then if we're going to be moving in the direction of online and blended learning. And certainly from where the CHE is sitting in the university space, there are strong indications that many of our universities will not default to the as usual norm before the pandemic, that the teaching and learning environment has changed significantly, and that online and blended learning, if not the dominant form for our institutions, will certainly become one of the ways in which learning and teaching happens in higher education. Thanks very much.
We say thank you so much to Dr. Green. Colleagues, please note if you have any questions, note them. We'll take 2 more presentations, and then we will then release the doctor. Right, so thank you so much for the presentation. And of course, the one thing that stood out for me there was the assessment integrity. If you've been studying during COVID, you know that was not a problem for a lot of people. But according to the research, it could have been a big problem. Of course, data ethics as well. And of course, the pandemic also highlighted quite a number of inequalities, those that have and those that do not have. And the reflections, Doc, we will look at that reflections going forward as institutions when we do online or blended learning. Moving along, and of course we're going into, we have another presentation. Now, the next colleague that I'm going to call our next speaker graduated in BSc Microbiology and BSc at the University of Cape Town. Later, MPhil and PhD at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. After 17 years at Wits as an associate professor in biochemistry, he accepted a post at the University of South Africa as a full professor in biochemistry. He is currently conducting research in cancer and is developing small molecule drugs for the treatment of cancer. He will be addressing us this morning on revisiting and reviewing pedagogy to prepare graduates for future jobs, reflections for the PSET sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome the Acting Deputy Executive Dean of College of Agriculture and Environmental Science at UNISA. We welcome Professor Monde Ntwasa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. I'd like to extend special thanks to Mr. Sego for the welcome. It is my first time at Huffington. When I was told I must come here, I thought, well, how do I go there in the first place? And then I was pleasantly surprised to find out there's an airport here. And I've always thought that Huffington may be a place, one of those places with a single street, the main street. But indeed, Ms. Sego, it's a very pretty city and very clean also. And I was pleasantly surprised to find the vast network of hospitality places here, which are quite of a high standard. So I agree with you, and I'm glad I'm here and you are welcoming me. And please forgive me for my previous thoughts about Huffington. They are quite different now. Anyway, so I've been invited to speak about that topic. I wish I had my computer, yeah. Oh, yeah. If we go to the next slide, topic about, can you advance the next slide, please? Oh, okay, yeah. No. transforming the PSET sector for the future jobs, implications for pedagogy, curriculation and articulation. Now, I have to say that I do not have blueprint for pedagogy, so I'm not going to bring that here. And also, the topic is interesting because it is talking about transforming. Transforming, of course, means radical change. And in the context of our history in South Africa, that is a very serious change. Although a lot of us do think about transformation as just another change. Transformation means you change completely something that is not wanted. You reject something and you accept something new. Unfortunately, in South Africa, I do not think that all of us look at transformation that way. So, when we talk about transforming pedagogy, it means that we look at what we've got now and we look at whether it works or it does not work. And then we need to find something new. So I'm not going to talk about the sort of things that maybe we are already talking about in the framework of something existing. So I'm actually looking at a different framework that perhaps we should be looking at. So I'd like to the key notes that I'm going to talk about here, first of all, is the question of education, what it is, what we understand by education. And then I'm also going to talk about the current curricula, especially at secondary and tertiary level, although really our curricula should be considered right from the beginning, early in education. And then I'd like to talk about innovation systems also, because I understand that the education is to give us people who can bring value to society. So innovation is an integral part of our education, of any education system. And then I want to talk about artificial intelligence, the advances thereof, and then, of course, growth and development. There is no point for education if it is not going to bring growth and development, and of course, the wealth for that is the youth. When we talk about growth and development, we should be focusing on developing the youth and capacitating it. So I'm going to talk about those key points. Now, first of all, the simple purpose for education is to make people wise about and knowledgeable about their environment and live wisely and productively in a society. That is what education is about. So you will see that there's a component in education which is about community. So you're not educating people to be individuals, especially in Africa, because we live as Abantu, Sinobuntu. So we teach individuals to live in their environment wisely and productively and peacefully with the society. That is what education is about. Although we think that it is about getting certificates and degrees. No. That is basically what education is about. So Albert Einstein said that intellectual growth should commence at birth and cease only at death. Basically, what that means is that education begins at birth and ends at death. From the time you are born, you start to learn. You get into a new world. I always tell people that when a child is born, they cry. Kabuhlungu. They never laugh. I always tell people if they laugh, then the midwives will run away. A child must cry at birth. They're getting into a new world. And the mother and their grandmother are the people who start the learning process for the child. After that, the child is going to learn from other children, from other members of the family about survival, about how to escape danger, and about all sorts of things that are good for them from other people. And after that, they will learn from their peers in society. When they will stand up and walk and become independent, then they learn from their peers, and eventually they learn from the community as well. So that education is critical education. It's formative education for any person, for all of us. So it is education that you get from your family, from your peers, from society. Now, I grew up in the Eastern Cape as a young boy there, looking after animals. I'm sure some people, you're smiling and doesn't think that I've ever looked after animals. I have. So you learn everything. You know all the plants, all the animals, all the birds, all the insects. You know everything that's happening there. In your community, when you go, when a closer slaughter an animal, such as a cow, the older people sit there at the entrance of the kraal and they are watching everything, how it is slaughtered. They know all the organs, the anatomy of the animal, and they know which organs is important for what. This is critical. They have perfect knowledge of the anatomy of the cow. The problem with apartheid education was that it was not designed to make us live wisely in our society and productively. So the things that we learned informally from our homes, from society, were never merged with our education. I remember very well that when I went to school, the books that we learned were written by George Eliot or Shakespeare. I remember reading Silas Marner, and they were describing the plains in England. I've never been to England, so I have no idea. So everything was imagined. And yet we know all the rivers, all the mountains, all the hills where we live, but they were never taught really seriously at school. The merging of the anatomy of the cow that I know in my community could have been taken into the classroom in a different context. So in my view, that part of education for us has been completely disrupted because apartheid education wanted to make us caricatures of our colonizers. They were making us white, basically. They were making us whatever the colonizers came from. So we lived a certain life in our communities, but at school, we were converted to something else through education. Because education can build you, but education can also destroy you. Apartheid education was not meant to build us. It was meant to make us tools, to make us caricatures, to make us look like something that we are not. So this is what transformation for me would mean, changing that. Changing that informal education should be merged with formal education in a healthy society. We come from an unhealthy society, which is apartheid society, where formal education, our informal knowledge that we knew from our communities, was actually ridiculed in schools. We were actually made to hate what we were learning from our society. So our education is not going to be correct if we do not undergo this kind of exercise and consider our education seriously as people who are trying to liberate themselves. We need to know that we are in a process of liberation. So education should be a vehicle, a tool for liberation, rather than just a normal exercise, which I think we are doing at the moment. So One of the problems is in our education system at the moment, I think, is that there doesn't seem to be a clear ideological basis for the education that we've got. If there was a clear ideological basis, the question that would have been asked is, what kind of South African do we want through our education? I don't think that question was ever asked, because the education that we've got now is just a reformed apartheid education. It's not a transformed, it's not a new education. We used to have 13 departments of education, now we've got one maybe. So we've just reformed. We should have asked the question, what kind of South African do we want? But of course, what kind of South African do we want would have come from what kind of South Africa do we want? Have you asked even that question? I don't think we ask anymore. I know during the struggle, we used to talk very seriously about education, about health, in the context of socialism. Now we're talking about education. We don't want to talk about in the but it is in the context of capitalism. So if we ask the question, what kind of South African we want, then we would come to, we want a South African who is a perfect capitalist, you see. And then we design our education accordingly to create capitalists. We cannot design education to create what call for capitalists and hope to produce socialists. It's not going to be possible. There will be a different education for socialism and a different education for capitalism. We see that already happening. In America, it's very clear, Americans, they want capitalists. They want a person of the American dream. And the American dream is an individual dream. We are Africans. Our dreams are not individual dreams. We dream in the context of our people. So our education should be different. So we should have asked that question in the first place, that what is, this thing seems to be moving without me moving it. They're also moving, so we're all moving. Well, I don't know where we are now. Anyway, I don't know what happened to the other slide. But I was just talking about that question. We need to ask that question. Now, when we look at education in general, the way our education is structured, any education really, whether it was one ideal one for me that was talking about where formal and informal were mixed together, education basically starts with knowledge consumption in the beginning, and as you move upwards, it goes to knowledge production. So the people who are at the level of up to bachelor's, the majority of what they are learning is about knowledge consumption. They are taking content inside. But the question, of course, is in terms of pedagogy, how you are delivering that to the pupil. You don't want people who, you see, the context I'm talking about also is in the context of UNISA. You remember at the beginning of the new Vice Chancellor's term, in investiture, the main thing was reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. Which means we are looking, UNISA has therefore been in a trajectory of embarking on Africanization of things. We're not just Africanizing the curriculum, also Africanizing epistemology. So when we talk about imparting, about knowledge, we need to about transforming this environment, we need to also think about what do we do. For instance, you see, the common classroom in conventionally now is like this one, where the students are there. They are my banks. I'm sitting here in front. I'm depositing, cash in their minds, which I will retrieve at some stage. This is a banking system that has been rejected by people such as Paulo Freire, which we need to look at if we are looking at an education like ours, which is education for liberation, basically. So even though the knowledge is consumption to production, like we see on the screen, the way in which you deliver it to the student should be different, because what you want from education is skills rather than content. So what we should be doing really in our delivery of what we call, especially in assessment, you'll be assessing skills rather than assessing content. We tend to assess the other, we tend to assess content rather than skills. So even if a student is answering an assignment and the terms, the content was completely wrong, but the logic was perfect, that student should pass. That's what my view. So assessment should not be about the content, it should be about the skills. And in my view, this should not matter whether the student is alone or with other people next to them, if they are able to do that. I remember when I was a lecturer at Wits University, there, when students are writing exams, there's someone called an invigilator, and they're walking up and down. And I'm thinking, if I were students, I would really hate this. Someone looking over my throat as I'm trying to write and concentrate, and then this with the hands behind, they're looking, I thought I would be so annoyed. So in my classes, I would sit at the back of the student. None of them know who is looking at them or where I am. Well, even if they know, they don't know what I'm saying. And the thing is also, if a student passes an exam by copying, then that exam must have been very dodgy. You should not pass if you do not know. You may get a few points, but if you do not know the subject, you can't pass by copying, really. Even if I used to have open book, during my tutorials at school, and would sit with the students here, they open their books, I give them but they still struggle to get it because they need to apply and show their skill rather than the content that is in the subject. So the pedagogy is different, but generally what happens is that as you go from preschool all the way to PhD, you are basically producing knowledge. You're consuming in the beginning, but you're progressively moving towards actually creating knowledge. That's what happens. Innovation, on the other hand, happens throughout your life. It's not about whether you've got PhD or you're at preschool. If you listen to your children very well, even if they are little things that are not, you could find a lot of creativity there. You just need to listen to it. So innovation can happen at any time, even at kindergarten, because it's about making knowledge that is in front of you and making it useful. And that is what I think we need to talk about then, because innovation requires the intersection of knowledge and technology. It is technology that actually makes us able to translate what we know into something useful. Now, I've got a very good example of this in my own life. When I was doing PhD, there was this whole thing that the sequence of the human genome would take about 25 years to be completed. This was last century. If you wonder how old I might be, it was 1994. They thought that 25 years would take to sequence the human genome. And I spent my PhD sequencing a 4,500 base pair gene and analyzing it for 3 years. That was my business at the time. But today, because of the processing power that was developed by the Germans, before even 1996, in just 3 years, the human genome was published together with what we call as a whole, well, completely sequenced, but not analyzed completely. By 1996, it was already published in just 2 years because of excellent computer technology that was developed by the Germans with high processing power, because that's all is needed. DNA information requires huge processing power in terms of computers, and that's all it needed to cut down what was expected to be 25 years to just 3 years. Today, the sequence that I took 3 years for my PhD, analyzing and sequencing manually with my own hands, now it takes just 10 minutes to do in a machine because of technology. So technology and knowledge. Technology can actually enhance innovation quite dramatically. But of course, you need to have some kind of knowledge about certain things in order to translate your knowledge to innovation. So this is what is our education should be. It should be aware of technology that is available and also increase, I don't know this, please move it for me. Right, so we've already gone through that. Oh yes, I forgot to say this, that matters that need our attention are those three, in my view. We need to be clear about what outcomes our educations need to produce, and not just do things. We need to be clear about outcomes that we want. Also, we need to organize the innovation ecosystems that are available. I'm going to talk about that in the next slide, about innovation ecosystems. And also, of course, the enabling structure, infrastructure. There is no point having dreams if you don't have the infrastructural arrangements to support what you want to do. Because we do sometimes have things on paper, but then we don't have the wherewithal to actually achieve those things that we are planning to do. So for me, these are important matters. Now, if we look at innovation ecosystems in South Africa, we find that like in all environments, nations, we have the innovation in ecosystems, and those that I've got there in green are those that I think are already in established in South Africa, but they need some more attention. Now, innovation ecosystems are very important to generate entrepreneurs. Now we've got universities, of course, are the primary innovation centers in the country. And then we've got the government as well. Now the thing is, innovation with universities, problem with universities is that education is stereotyped towards what called training, primarily doing research, and research just for curiosity. That is a problem with universities. And yet that is exactly where, because that is where the knowledge comes from. And then there's a question of the government. Our government, as investors, invest a lot into innovation, but unfortunately our government invests and then it acts like Father Christmas, without really integrating and making solid demands about what is necessary. And there is no clear, what to call, monitoring of what the universities are doing. So money is pumped into universities, but universities still make the decisions about what to research and how to research it and to what end to research it, without the government having any hold on it. And then the questions of corporations, I put a question because I'm not quite sure about corporations in South Africa. And then there are startup accelerators. These are things that may be here, but they probably are not here. But I think that to have real startup accelerators, what we need is a good partnership between the universities, the government, and business. I think that is quite important. Venture capitalists are almost negligible in South Africa. There are no people who are really serious venture capitalists like they have in America. In South Africa, if there are venture capitalists, that will be because they're more like charitable, people rather than interested. Private investors, I do not know. Foundations such as the National Research Foundation, for instance, they basically play the role of fund managers. So they're also not very key in determining the research agenda and what innovation is going to come, even though they are trying to do it through fund managers. And then there are entrepreneurs that we've got, last week we had at Jeffreys Bay, a meeting by the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. Very, very good meeting, where over 4 days they were looking at how to create entrepreneurs out of youth, especially in the area of agriculture. And it was really important and nice to see young people in that environment showing their entrepreneurial skills. But the thing is, these young people have got ideas, great ideas, but they are zamazamas. There is no real solid capital that comes to make them do this. So I'm putting this scenario because I think TVET colleges are basically vocational colleges. And what we have seen during COVID, that young people who are graduates are queuing up for 350 Rand, showed that our education is really, really poor. Because we have decided to make an education that creates job seekers, when education should be to create job makers. Education is about making people to be able to survive. These graduates, instead of lying in bed and thinking about committing suicide, should have been the ones that are rescuing the people. But our education has created a mindset that education is to create job seekers, which is, I think, a wrong mindset. It shouldn't be. Our students, if they are graduates, they should not go hungry, even in a pandemic. They should have ideas, they should have creativity, they should have innovation if they've got a solid educational background. So what I'm saying is that there needs to be a new mindset, and TVET's mandate is to produce vocational people. It's not about the same, it's different to universities. TVETs are directly concerned with vocational. An institution like UNISA is called a comprehensive university because its business is both vocational and theoretical, but TVETs are just vocational. Other universities are theoretical only. There are only 9 universities in South Africa that are like UNISA, that are comprehensive. The rest of them are theoretical universities. TVET are vocational. When people come from a TVET, they should be able to make a job. They should be entrepreneurs. But I hear a lot of TVET people coming out of TVET and looking for jobs. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. TVETs should not be creating job seekers. They should be creating job makers. Should be creating plumbers who can make a lot of money in their own businesses, not getting employed by other people. But you see, for those people to do that, they need a proper, properly working ecosystem, properly coordinated ecosystem like I've just described, because they're going to need that capital to start doing work. So what we can do in the PSET environment is to develop a particular ecosystem that suits our need, depending on our locality. Okay, so, oh, it's moved again. So that brings me to the introduction of this framework for innovation, which is being studied by some people and is implemented in other parts of the world. It's called the triple helix model of innovation. This is a model in which the university, industry, and government are firmly integrated in creating innovation, in promoting innovation. Now, what is important in this triple helix model is the commitment of this, because like I've shown you now, there is interaction between business, industry, but it is not solid. So we need, in a triple helix model, these three parties, they should agree. They should agree on strategic objectives. They must have strategic goals that they agree together, that as a nation, this is what we need. This is the priority for us. And they must agree on this. After that, create an operational platform. It must not just be an agreement on paper. There must be an operational platform with officers and human beings to manage the triple helix. And of course, then they must have a delivery method and monitoring of this so that it can be evaluated from time to time. So I believe that in South Africa, we need that triple helix model where our government, business, and universities have a platform where they decide together what is important for the nation, what are the priority, and then the money for research can be, and innovation can be invested there wisely, and in a directed form, not in an unplanned way where everybody is doing what they like. Yeah, I've already said that. So if people may be interested to read about the triple helix model, there's a paper by some researchers. Rozak, I think it's a review paper. That paper was written about the triple helix model. So if you're interested, you can read about it. It's a review paper that covers other works by other researchers about the triple helix model. I know that some West African countries have tried it, like Ghana. They're also working on that. There's been a study about it also on South Africa that was published. Right. And then, of course, there is a question of artificial intelligence, which is the part that we are getting into now, because the advances in artificial intelligence are the critical driver of the fourth industrial revolution. I'm not someone who likes to talk about this fourth industrial revolution because it's kind of buzzword science. I don't like buzzword science, but we can't avoid it sometimes. But so artificial intelligence is a development whereby computers do not only perform or execute complicated algorithms fast, but they are also computers which can make decisions, unsupervised decisions, independent decisions. So this has allowed the generation of intelligent robotics, which do not need a human interference to make certain decisions. It's a very important development, and that is changing a lot of things in the world. Not only the way we live life, but also the way in which we discover things. Artificial intelligence is very important in our research, also in the biomedical sciences, because we can do research without thinking too much. We can get the computers also to think for us or to process information very fast. So artificial intelligence has produced things which are already here in place, although in my view we're still on the edge of it in many areas. of the fourth industrial revolution. We are on the edge, but there are certain things that are already happening in the world. You know, the driverless cars are a good example of that. So there's a lot of other things in terms of our banking systems, finances. Artificial intelligence is being used quite extensively today. And the question is now, for those who are involved in the business of training young people, how do you exploit this? There are going to be two ways of exploiting what you call artificial intelligence. One is to be a user, to be adept and using it and finding creative ways of employing it. For instance, in agriculture, artificial intelligence now can be used creating drones that can detect when there is emergence of a disease in your flock. So you don't have to worry, you can see immediately that, oh, now a pandemic is coming in my farm by just using a drone. See, the drone can detect, well, there's a problem there. So I mean, and it's spreading, and then you can deal with it very quickly. So we need to know how to use that, but at the same time, we also need to be able to be creative about it and to apply artificial intelligence ourselves to create new things, new applications. And this is important. You know, some of the apps that people use for banking now are basically using artificial intelligence technology. So our young people need to have the capability for artificial intelligence, not just as users, but also as creators of useful applications. And I think that our universities can do that, can help the young people. So the important things, of course, in artificial intelligence is the data quality, because artificial intelligence depends on data. It's the use of neural networks, basically algorithms that mimic the brain, the human brain. So the use of that network, basically you first have to have high quality data, which you can then train and then make it generate its own decisions after that. So the initial input is high quality data. So data quality is very important. So again, a lot of data comes from technology. So new technologies also are very important for collecting data in order to create very good workforce readiness is also important. So people in the workplace who are going to work in the environment of what they need also to be ready. And then, of course, that means that there needs to be reskilling of the workforce. Even those people who have graduated beyond university needs a little bit more reskilling, which I'm going to talk about, the sort of things that need to be done. Now, some of the things that are, in my view, are very critical where artificial intelligence is going to be necessary in South Africa would be in the area of food safety and food security. Now, this is an all-encompassing, this is an activity that involves not just engineers, it involves biologists, it involves agriculturalists, because food security and food safety are important scientific activities, and like I told you now, in agriculture, artificial intelligence is quite critical. Healthcare is very important, because now we're looking not just for quality, we're also looking for accessibility. You know that it's hard for some people, especially in rural areas, to reach the point of care. So artificial intelligence is going to be necessary. So we need to have our people who are able to provide solutions to improve quality of health and accessibility to health in rural environments, because a lot of our people are excluded from such things because of lack of technology and lack of, of means. Then there is education. Again, education, we have got the what called problem of accessibility. And we can use what we call artificial intelligence in education to unlock new potential. There is 5 minutes to go. And then there's also the question of public services, and then also financial services. This is where I think that artificial intelligence could be very important. So, just very quickly, in the 5 minutes that are left, in my view, these are the things that need to be done in curriculation in South Africa. Coding needs to be part of all curricula. Now, there are already in South Africa organizations which are non-governmental organizations, some of them, they actually do offer courses to allow even young people to do coding, and they can program, little, algorithms and get them functional. I believe that coding should be part of all curricula. It does not matter whether in the sciences or in the social sciences. Graduates need to be reskilled in computing. Our graduates, they need to not just be people who write on Microsoft Word and stuff, but they need more skills, including programming. The ecosystem, innovation ecosystem in rural environments needs to be revisited and put in place. Now, here in Uppington, I don't know what arrangements are, but people can look at what is happening here. What have we got in terms of our innovation ecosystem? What is the environment? We can do a quick study on that. Based on what we've just presented now, what are the components of, it does not have to be all the components, but we can look, and then we look together how to work together as an ecosystem within this region to achieve the sort of things that we want to do. Business admin and management should be part of most courses. Because if you want to create people who are going to be entrepreneurs, then teach them also how to run a business and how to administer a business. And we've always told, even when I was at BETS, I used to tell students, those who are doing drug discovery, always combine your degrees, If the curriculum does not allow, you can combine your degree. You do a degree in law, but you also do a degree in molecular biology. Because you become a patent lawyer one day, you need to understand the science and the law. So a combination of these curricula, there is no such thing as there are certain people who are just good, who are good for mathematics and others who are not good. We should all be doing mathematics because mathematics is everywhere, in everything that we do. But because of the way in which we deliver education, people do not recognize mathematics in front of them. When I was growing up, people would make a rondavel, they put a big stick in the middle, and then they, draw a circle around. But no one tells that that stick is like the center of the circle, and that is the circumference, this is the radius. We don't think like that, but mathematics is in everything that we do. Everything in this room is mathematics. So why can't you include it in all curricula? Because it is the core of our life. Everything is mathematical. All right, so I think this is the end of it, Chair. Oh, I just wanted to say that there is this, if you hover on that Training in My Africa, this is a course, it's an online course that has got courses and modules in artificial intelligence for people who may want an online course. And that is what you will find. If you hover on that Training Africa, you'll get into this web page. It's got many modules on artificial intelligence if you want advanced studies in that. And then in conclusion then, Chair, I'm saying that basically that there needs to be a new mindset in education. That education is not for job makers, for job seekers, it is for job makers. And secondly, it is critical to focus on creating solid foundation during the formative years of the youth, skilling them on how to process information and align it with their lived experience. People must have a connection between their life and their education. You must not see education, or I forgot another slide there, another mindset is that formal education institutions are not the only sites of education. Because people think that you need to be at some formal institution to be educated. We are educated everywhere. So that a wholesome curriculum at secondary and tertiary level is lacking, so a radical transformation in curriculum necessary. So now, by that I mean, we train people who are biomedical scientists like myself, but they have no social science background. They don't know anything about, and yet we expect those people are going to produce solutions for society. So a wholesome curriculum is necessary. Americans are doing it, we can do it also here. It is not true that subjects like maths and hard sciences are for special elite groups, like I've just said now. And in the age of advanced artificial intelligence, coding should be introduced in all courses. Thank you.
We give Prof another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Prof. Thought-provoking, very interesting stuff that you've shared here with us. And one thing that sticks with me is that when you say everything in our life is mathematics, you know, we didn't look at it that way. I have a friend always who argues, and then when he makes his argument, he would say that people who did maths lit will not understand what I'm going to say now. So now I have a response. Without wasting any time, once again, colleagues, please, and participants on the online, please make sure that you record your questions and inputs. What we're going to do now is that we're going to take another presentation, and then we'll take your questions immediately after that. The next presenter we're going to call to the podium is responsible for social inclusion and equity, the National Qualifications Framework Career Development Sciences, ICT in Education and Open Learning. She's currently responsible for Open Learning system for the PSET system. She has 39 years experience in education and training and published in the areas of open learning resource, digital health literacy, ICT in education, and ICT competencies for teachers and lecturers. Her presentation will deal with implementing credible approaches to articulation to promote the attainment of an integrated system. Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Director for Articulation at the Department of Higher Education and Training, Ms. Trudy van Wyk. I think somebody's really pressing that thing. This has a ghost going on. Yes, you may take it, yes, please. Just pull it out.
Good afternoon, colleagues and friends in the Northern Cape. I'm very glad to be back. I can honestly say it's not my first time in Uppington, because it seems like most of the people here are here for the first time. And I must promise you, I work in Kimberley for a long time, training at Platberg for the people who know that. So I know the Northern Cape, I know also the people of the Northern Cape, and I think that's the biggest asset of the Northern Cape after the sun. Because here you have got the warmth of the people and the warmth of the sun, and I think you have got so much to give and almost also so much to do. I hope the technology will not let me down here. Let me see. Are you going to fly my presentation? Okay, there you are, and you can't read the yellow, so I'll try my best. Colleagues, talking of articulation, we always think of articulation, and a big question, and that was also being raised this morning, is about the articulation between TVET colleges and universities. And the previous speaker has very eloquently said, why are you going to a TVET college? You're going to a TVET college to study a vocation. And we must be very careful not to see articulation as a ladder that you have to climb up, 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 up. We must see articulation as an enabler for learning and an enabler for work. So if we think of articulation, we think of mobility and progression. And in today's world, you see a lot of people, a lot of students moving, international students moving to South Africa, our students moving abroad, but also between organizations and between institutions, and also between sub-frameworks of the NQF. So mobility and progression is the reality that we're sitting with. And, okay, now it seems like it's also giving me trouble. Okay, that's back, that's, okay. So it can mean going up, the arrow shows up. So I can progress from a bachelor's degree to a master's degree. But it can also mean I can go across. And today I'm studying, I've got a master's, for example, in education. And if I want to start being an engineer tomorrow, I can't do a PhD in engineering. I will be a total failure. I must go back to my bachelor's degree and start from there. So that's also articulation. What gives me the ability to go there? Or I can go up to another sub-framework. For example, I can have a master's degree, but go and do my occupational qualification, maybe at level 8. But I also can move horizontally. I can do today a bachelor's. We've heard about the Premier who's doing his second PhD. That is horizontal articulation. So he's moving from one PhD to another PhD, or from one bachelor's to another bachelor's. And then also the one that people don't like is the one that you're going down. For example, the example that I gave, if I want to study theology tomorrow, they won't allow me to do my PhD in theology. I must start at my bachelor's. So that is what articulation is. But our responsibility as a system, Neil, I now understand this is really a complex thing. Hey, you suffered more than I did. Okay, so let me just go back. Maybe I'm too fast for this thing. Okay, let's leave the previous slide. So the articulation, as I said, is about learning, but also of learning to work transition. And I think my previous colleague and the previous speaker has so eloquently said, we cannot learn just because of learning. We have to learn and look also at the articulation into the work environment. But then we have got 3 levels of articulation. And colleagues, I think we must really think very carefully about articulation in these 3 terms. The first one is systemic articulation. That is where we link qualifications, part qualifications, professional designations, structured workplace learning, and other elements within and between country systems. Systemic articulation is based on legislation and the steering mechanisms available to the state, such as policies, planning, and funding. So, and we have spoke a lot about policies from Neil's presentation right through to the last presenter. But then the second level of articulation that's very important that we cannot neglect is specific articulation. And that is where we fall flat. Because the policy says, yes, with the NCV qualification, you can go to a bachelor's. You can. The minimum requirements, that's not the admission requirements of the university. It's the minimum requirements to move into a bachelor's. It can be either a national senior certificate or a national NCV in a college. But the specific articulation, it's about program articulation. It's about your subject choices. It's about what you have studied when you studied the NCV or even the National Senior Certificate. If I don't have mathematics, I can't go into engineering studies. You understand that? And that is why we cannot talk from about articulation from college to university. It is possible, but not every NCV student can go into every university program. So that is why it's very important that we must link programs to each other in the articulation drive. But then also take cognizance of other policies, institutional policies. I already said the first one is admission criteria. The RPL policy, the credit accumulation and transfer policies, and others that I said there. Then another mechanism, and I think here in the Northern Cape, that is going to be your holy grail. And that is the memorandum of agreement that you sign between institutions, and that means between the college and university, between schools and the university, to make articulation possible. And colleagues, I would really encourage you to look at memoranda of agreement so that you can have those 10 students that the college principal spoke about earlier. Then the last one is what we call individual articulation. That is truly the warm body that needs to complete my NCV, get access to university, and succeed. Go through university and succeed into my workplace. So that is about the individual. That's about career advice. What advice did you give to that student when he or she goes from the National Senior Certificate into, for example, a bachelor's degree? What support is being given to the student? What support is being given to the lecturers? To know that there is a diverse group of students sitting in front of him and her, or are online. Colleagues, it's so important, that individual level of articulation, where we really must look at the warm body. And I always say it's not the hardware, it's not the software, but the warm way. The people, those people that needs to grow, that people that needs to articulate, that you have to have cognizance of. And then the principle for articulation is very important, and that's learner or student focus. And then lastly, okay. This thing is very interesting. It works and then suddenly it stops. Artificial intelligence, here's the real intelligence, yes. Okay, and then the application of that is we have to increase specific articulation possibilities, but ensure that systemic, legislative, and articulation is addressed too. So it's a whole system that we have to look at. So, oh no. So let's look at the conceptual structure. We have got the NQF. You are very familiar with the NQF. And we look at we can have horizontal articulation, we can have a vertical articulation, and then also diagonal. Oh no, this thing is really not. Can somebody assist by moving the, okay, that's diagonal, go on. So colleagues, this is now a very, it's not very well, you can't see it well on the screen. But do you see how many articulation possibilities are there? Only in the engineering. From the right-hand side, you will see it's the NSC, the NCV, as well as your NQF 4-level qualifications. And you can follow any of those routes. Do you see how many articulation routes are there? I'm not going to go through this because you can't see, the screen is not very clear. So if we go to the next slide, please. Let's look at the principles of articulation. As I said, it's both systemic and specific. It's learner and student focus. It meets the needs of the economy. It addresses lifelong learning. It ensures redress, equity, and inclusiveness, and ensures pragmatic rather than institutional articulation. If one thing you can take away on articulation is there's nothing like articulation from school to a university, but rather from a program in school, the National Senior Certificate, into engineering studies, and so forth. And then simple and ensure accessibility, promote the value of learning outcomes achieved through different routes, and it must be done by design. It's not done just by accident. So there must be concerted efforts made. And I like the way that the principal earlier this morning said, 10 students from this college must go into university programs. Not to university, but to university programs. And that is by design. And I think that is very important. It must be a concerted effort. And now's my whole thing gone. And then lastly, must include credible and fair procedural practice to valid learning. When we go into the next slide, what does this mean in practical terms? Practical implementation of articulation is seen as the enabling of mobility within and between the various learning programs, within and between institutions, including schools, TVET colleges, universities, as well as the workplace. Next slide. So if we look at the enabling environment, the systemic articulation, I'm not going to go through all of them. There are legislations like the NQF Act, the Higher Education Act, white papers, the policies, determinations, norms and standards, and directives. So systemically, it has been addressed. And I think for you in the Northern Cape, it's important. How do we do it now further? Next slide, please. So the articulation policy, I just said here, creates an enabling environment to ensure inter alia that articulation occurs within and between the 3 NQF sub-frameworks. Institutions work together to develop learning and work pathways, and support is provided for students as they follow their individual learning and work pathways. So if we go then to the next slide, is the purpose of the policy, and it's so interestingly how it's linked to the theme of this seminar, is to establish the overarching conceptual structure, principles and policy statements to support the implementation of credible approaches to articulation within the education and training system. Next slide, please. And then the roles and responsibilities. There are very clear roles and responsibilities for the department, for quality councils, for SAQA, and for institutions. And we must realize that those are very distinct and very specific. Next slide. Then we look at policy implementation. Again, we said it must be student-focused, there must be quality promotion, assurance and management, simplifying the NQF somebody, Neil, it was you that were talking about simplifying policies, but also simplifying the mechanisms that we use, the policy mechanisms, because I think the NQF, we made it so complicated. It's not a ladder, it's just an organizing framework. But then also then to standardize a single coherent system, support from the DHET, SACO coordinates, the Quality Councils direct and enable research and advocacy and communication. So then let us look at the barriers and the enablers for articulation. So let's start with what are the barriers? So the barriers are education and training silos. Oh my dear, it's so important. If we are at university, we are so important. And we don't think about what is happening around us. And we have to break down that silos, make it easier for people to work and to get into work and to get into other studies. Change perceptions. Academic qualifications are not more valuable and credible than vocational or occupational qualifications. Some qualifications lead to dead ends. We must remove that. The purpose and nature of TVET is to focus on employment, job-specific skills and competencies. And I really want to challenge the people in the TVET sector. I don't think you must encourage your students that they must go to universities. That's not the purpose of TVET colleges. Your TVET colleges prepare students for the world of work. And that is what your goal must be. You must have an all-rounded student coming out of a TVET college that really can go into the world of work and not aspire to go to university. It's a very small part that can go to university or will go to university. And I would really encourage you, don't get that expectations to students that this is an easy way to get into universities. Then the next one is the inadequate coherence between the NQF sub-frameworks. As Dr. Green has said, we are addressing that at a big time to have coherence between the three sub-frameworks. And then also the absence of robust articulation arrangements or alignment work between different programs and institutions. And lastly, the lack of institutional flexibility to support the students. So those are the barriers. Then we look at the enablers and the mechanisms to foster articulation, and I spoke of most of them out. It's the deliberate and conscious development of collaborative relationships between institutions, between universities and TVET colleges and schools. Because how many times are people saying, the schooling system does not prepare students for university? And we have to address that. But also there's rigorous advocacy necessary of the NQF and how to understand articulation, the establishment and commitments of the implementation of formal articulation agreements, inclusive admission requirements, provision of quality teaching and learning, provision of sound career development services, and then articulation focused on particular learning pathways, fields, and programs, and transition points. So it's very important that it's done by design. When we look at implementation, and I'm not going to read through everything, but at national level, there's a lot of implementation issues that you can go through. And then at the next slide is on institutional arrangements. There's a lot of implementation. And I think you could just go one slide back. No, 2 slides back. Okay. Universities must be fully geared to admit, support, and mentor students, especially from TVET colleges. And that is where we're talking about the warm way. We must help our students. Even the student that is the best student coming out of a school, that student also needs support. They need support in terms of academic performance, but also in terms of psychosocial support. We have too many people have got mental health issues at university and colleges. We have to support those, as well as giving career advice and guidance. And I've put that last part there with a purpose, and manage expectations. Accessibility to student support, design, student tracking, creative arrangements, embrace flexible curricula, and that was all said earlier. That's why I'm going through this. It seems like I'm summarizing the whole morning. And then also diversified learning pathways that are available. And last on this slide is integrated flexible learning opportunities that Dr. Green has spoken about to support students, fill the gaps so that we don't only have face-to-face but also blended learning, and to support students that are at risk. And then examples of articulation. You don't realize how many examples there are already. The first one I want to show is the 3-stream model. That's on everybody's lips. I hope it's here. Has it reached the Northern Cape? The 3-stream model of DBE. Now, I'm just asking because I don't know how they are implementing it, but I think the premise, the basis for this model is articulation. If you look at the base documents, the first document that was written for the 3-stream model was articulation. That we articulate, as the speaker from UNISA has said, in an academic pathway, or the biggest one obviously is the vocational pathway. And remember, medical studies is also a vocation. To become an engineer and a doctor is a vocation. It's not an academic, it's not a pure academic qualification, it's a vocational. They don't believe us, but it is. And then also the occupational stream that they are following, that going directly into the world of work. Others, and I'm just going, you can go through this in detail, is the articulation from schools to the NCV and to the NATED programs. Remember that horizontal articulation that I was talking about? Next slide is from the NCV to other qualifications, and there I give the examples of certificates and diplomas. Then from the NCV and NATED to the world of work, and remember the world of work is also part of articulation. It's one of the institutions. And then from schools to the JETCA or the NASCA in the CET colleges, and then lastly from the JETCA, NASCA, where can you go? So that is how articulation is designed, that every qualification and every program have got a possibility for further studies or to the world of work. With that, I want to say thank you, and I hope I've given you some, except for summarizing the whole, but to give you some ideas of articulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Once again, we say thank you so much for the presentation. It seems like it was rushed, but it was done properly. What we're going to do now, colleagues and participants on the social media and on Teams, we are going to take questions that you've been noting, and then we are going to request that you please just introduce yourself, and maybe if you know where the question is directed to, just tell us so that we know, and then we can direct your question accordingly. So it is that time now. We start first in the house. We'll alternate with the guys on the platform. There's one hand there at the back. There's one hand at the back. Sorry? Gabs, can you just check for us if there are people on the online platforms? Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Program Director, for the opportunity, and good afternoon, colleagues. I've got a number of issues, Chair, that I want to raise. I think the first two will be directed to Professor Ndwasa, and the last one will be directed to Mrs. Van Wyk. Chair, the issue of the tripartite alliance, that is between government, industry, it is a challenge in our country, in that we've got a capital or business people in this country who are not really patriotic. How do we force them to take part in these discussions? Because even now they are not here. How do we make sure that as government we partner with the business people so that we can really disrupt the triple challenges that are facing our country? Because as government departments alone, we cannot be able to deal with these triple challenges that are facing our country today.
I think my little knowledge in terms of why SITAs through the ASCII were actually designed. My take was that they were designed to respond to that. But if the same question is still coming up today, will then one be correct to assume that it's an admission that SITAs have failed in their mandate? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. There's a hand there.
Yeah, actually, thanks, Program Director. So I'm Didi Bugutwala from CSET, UNISA.
One second. That is Mr. Twala, you are also a Twala.
Of course, yes.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to check.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also another Twala. Yeah. Maybe my first question can be directed to the professor. I think, my professor, you're talking about the content. So maybe the issue, if we can touch a little bit of the infrastructure. So I think, to me, the infrastructure is actually more important. I'm going to give you just a practical example. If you look at the cell phone, what you are being taught about the cell phone is how to use it efficiently, even the computer. But how to build our own cell phone is not there. So therefore, to me, that one is a fundamental problem. When you talk about the 4IR, most of the thing, we're just importing the technology. People have become specialists in the usage of the Packard technology, but not necessarily in the production process. So I think, to me, that one, it becomes fundamental in taking the country forward. Otherwise, to use a computer effectively, so to me, it doesn't make any country just to be productive, because at the end of the day, we rely, in fact, on the Western world. And then the second question is around indigenous knowledge. So, in fact, how can you ensure that the indigenous knowledge it just become the foundation, in fact, of our knowledge? So I think, Professor, you have put it clearly to say, so what have happened, we've got our own systems, but our system, we're not using them. We're actually using the Western system. We want them to fit within our indigenous knowledge. So, but I think the education going forward that I think we must advocate for is that one which is going to be driven by our indigenous knowledge, and then we import the Packard innovation, so how to improve it, just to take it forward. And then, so I think one of the things that I've seen, so we do things like politicians. They always say, just open a business, encourage the youth to open business. Then when it comes to payment, say, I'm going to pay you in 30 days, but they don't pay you in 30 days. But you continue to say, look here, just open business. So in terms of our obligation from the side, we're not able to do that one. And then the last question is to Ms. Van Wyk. So in terms of the lecturers, in the TVET colleges, so are they adequately qualified to produce the kind of graduates we want? I'm going to give you a practical example. I've sat in several TVET colleges, so in fact, as a council member. You see, one practical example, I'm going to tell you about mechanics that I've talked to, motor mechanics. Some of them, they're teaching those practical learners. They've never even stripped an engine, but they are saying they've never even seen a car, just practical experience, being a mechanic. But those people, they are our lecturers. Therefore, we are saying today here, those practical people, they're going to produce a graduate who are going to be able to go to the world of work and do proper work. So I'm just saying from the side, from your side, in terms of your engagement, do you think our lecturers are properly qualified? Not in terms of qualification. Remember the TVET college, you need a theoretical part and the practical. So that one is more important, in fact, as a lecturer. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. Before we take any other hands, which I don't see, I'll get an indication if there's anyone on the socials. But can we give a microphone to Mrs. Van Wyk? He must respond to the question. We'll take one more question first, ma'am. Yes, here's one more question.
Thank you, Program Director.
Sure.
I was actually moved by the presentation by Dr. Green here in terms of the data analytics, which I think it is very important, yes, to make sure that we have data available and the use thereof in order for us to track how the students are actually performing at an early stage, so that we can be able to support our students, and also to track the interaction of our students with the learning material, because as he has said, it has been detected that our students have not been interacting with learning material since the COVID. And then also the issue of the integrity of our assessment. Not only integrity of assessment, but also the integrity of our programs, our qualifications, because they are affected. And then this also takes us to what Prof. Ndwasa have said in terms of what kind of a South African do we actually want? What kind of a graduate are we producing? Because as we have seen also in the state capture commission, where we have accountants who have been implicated in there. So this is where our students are actually going in terms of being the graduates who are unethical. Lastly, Program Director, I would want to also ask a question to Ms. Van Wyk in terms of articulation. We have learners who pass the matric and who could not qualify to do bachelor's degrees, and then they are admitted into higher certificate. Then you find that we overproduce the large number of students who are who have higher certificates but could not be accommodated or cannot be accommodated into bachelors. So we need to actually find a plan, because as we know that universities are also limited in terms of the number of students that they can take in. So we need to find a plan. I'm not sure whether Mrs. Van Wyk would have a comment on that one. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. We start with you, Ma'am Van Wyk.
Okay, can I answer from here?
Yes, please, ma'am.
I want to, to echo what the last speaker has said. learners who passed matric, so they've got it in NSC, and so they haven't passed it with a bachelor's pass. So it means that they have got a higher certificate or a diploma pass. So they go into a higher certificate and it's overproduced. What is the plan to accommodate them? I think the plan must be not to take them to university and rather take them into occupational qualifications. Because, you see, I've mentioned it, and maybe I was rushing a little bit too quick through my presentation. Universities are not the pinnacle of success in life. I know of more people, even my own son, who don't have a university degree. And he is earning much more than me do, because he has got a business and he's flourishing. And I think we must do a lot of advocacy that university is not the end. The success is in the work environment. When are you going to be successful in a job or be successful in creating your own job? Because that, I think, must be the plan, and not the plan to accommodate more and more graduates out of a higher certificate. There is a small group that will go to the diploma studies and will go into the bachelor's, but it's a very minute group. I think we must really rethink our way of thinking of success. And success is not a university degree per se. There are some that must do that. I don't say it's wrong to go into university, but I think the overemphasis on university studies as a success factor, we must address that. So that is my response to you. So the plan must be rather to advocate and give career advice to those people and say, rather do an occupational certificate, go into a technician profession, and that is the way to go, rather than to do a higher certificate, overproduced and unemployed. The other question that was raised by the first person is on the MOAs. That is such a powerful mechanism. I have got examples that a study that has been done of MOAs that's been concluded between universities and specific TVET colleges. I would really encourage you, you can contact me so that we can bring you in contact with those universities and TVET colleges who already has got such MOAs and see what they've done. They have done a lot of mistakes, and you can learn from their mistakes also, and they are very keen to share their learning of such a MOA. That is a very practical way of addressing articulation, especially in a province like the Northern Cape. And I would really encourage to work as a province together, and I think that links to another question that somebody has asked about, Richard, I think it was you from SAIS, it's good to see you again, is the practical steps to redress the training of teachers. Training of teachers is not a university's responsibility, it's a community's responsibility. And I think Neil was very passionate when he spoke about the role of a community. And I think we can play much bigger roles as a community in changing paradigms, in changing mindsets. And I think that the other person asked, are our TVET colleges lecturers well trained enough to produce TVET graduates? But I want to change the question and say, what are you as UNISA doing to support those TVET colleges, to make them more applicable and more relevant to teach in a TVET college? It's a community's responsibility. We are Africans. We are not Europeans that's running alone. In our life, learning is a team sport. Teaching is a team sport. It's a community's responsibility to teach and also to support those TVET college lecturers. And I must say, there's a college in Richards Bay, I think it's Umfolozi College, that has got everything against them. If you look at the the type of environment, the rural areas and so forth. And they are extremely successful because of community engagement and community involvement. And the person who asks, where are the businesses today, is a very relevant question. Because if I had a business in the Northern Cape, I would have been here to see what can I get out of this, but also how can I contribute to this. Thank you. I think I've answered all my questions. I can go on.
Thank you so much. And then Professor, you need a microphone. Or you want to ask a question? Hopefully it's not directed to Mrs. Van Wyk. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think Mr. Sago has already introduced me earlier when he welcomed us. I am Unalena Napoulos, I'm the principal of Henrietta Stockdale Nursing College. I think the topic of articulation touched a wrong spot on us because although we are not mentioned a lot, Trudy, and you did not also mention us, public nursing colleges have got a huge challenge with articulation. We understand that it is because of the imbalances of the past, where our qualifications were pitched up by someone else rather than higher education. Now we come to higher education. Now the NQF pitches our qualification at a different level that is far more higher than the one at which we used to offer our qualifications. And the challenge of it truly, it says we cannot skip a level. We have a legacy qualification, a 4-year diploma that we are running. That is within itself inclusive of 3 qualifications: general nursing, midwifery, psychiatric nursing, and community nursing. Unfortunately, this diploma was, in the olden days, pitched at level 6. For now, our national diploma of 3 years, that's only general nurse, is also pitched at level 6. All these students that public nursing colleges have produced from this level 6 R425 diploma cannot access postgraduate programs at level 8 because it is said you cannot skip a level. Rather than they have to move horizontally like Trudy is saying. The only qualification in nursing that's pitched at level 7 is an advanced diploma in midwifery. These colleagues of ours, unfortunately, some of them have been practicing midwifery for 20 years already. Are you saying you expect them to repeat that advanced diploma in midwifery for them to can access a level 8 qualification, then they can continue with their postgraduate studies? Chairperson, I think if Ms. Trudy van Wyk agrees not to answer this, maybe we can have a bilateral, but maybe it would be nice to allow other colleagues also maybe to help and provide inputs. Or it might be that our understanding of articulation as public nursing colleges is not correct, but we are having a challenge. Thank you.
Ms. van Wyk, I think you can respond. Awesome. Awesome. Are you going to respond now, Dr. Green?
I can do so.
Thank you, sir.
So the issue, as the colleague from Henry Stockdale Nursing College has rightly articulated, is an issue about the difference between the legacy qualifications and the qualifications on the NQF. And the fact that on the NQF we use the notion of level descriptors to pitch qualifications at a particular level. Now, these qualifications that have been described here, we have been working to look at, 1, where are they rightfully pitched, and 2, how can we enable articulation that provides good chances of success for the students that articulate into programs upwards. So a gap analysis was undertaken to understand the legacy qualifications against the HEQSF. And on the basis of that gap analysis, certain determinations have been made which pitches the qualifications at particular levels. And those determinations have been based not just on content or scope or breadth of content covered, but also on the level descriptors of the NQF, and particularly the competences required of graduates. That enable these determinations to be made. So it's taking the issue of access, the issues of redress, but also the issues of quality into account, and ensuring the integrity of the HEQSF and the HEQSF qualifications. And within that context, enabling articulation. So for some of the qualifications, the articulation pathway is not direct. So you can't go from the diploma in midwifery to a postgraduate diploma. But there have been articulation pathways created that's inclusive of RPL and credit accumulation and transfer, not just needing to do another qualification. And it has to be approached on an individual basis. So what does this particular nurse bring into the conversation and into the discussion that allows RPL and CAT measures to kick in, that allows a particular pathway, is one of the strategies that will have to be approached. Another component of it is how can we enable the nursing colleges and the universities to create programs that are not full qualifications, but that are programs that enable filling of the gaps that allow for individual nurses to progress. So there's a whole conversation on it. But that conversation must take into account two things. One, access and redress and meeting the needs of the nurses, and two, quality and integrity of the qualifications framework.
Thank you. But I would still love the three of you to have a discussion, maybe when we have our networking session later on, just so that we can understand each other. And then Dr. Green, there was also a question there, I don't know if it was a question, but a comment, which spoke about the issue of analytics and support of students. Would you like to comment on that?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I think that's really a lesson that's been learned, that as we move forward, the ability of 4IR technologies and the growth in data science, data technology is enabling us to use that capacity for purposes in education that includes data analytics, student analytics. But we have to be careful to use it in a supportive fashion, understanding the trajectories of students and supporting them towards success. And success in the broad way that Neil has described. It's not just success in terms of passing an exam. It's a success in terms of the graduate attributes that we're hoping our graduates can aspire to. It's very important we don't use data analytics for nefarious reasons. So, for example, it could be that we track students and a particular grouping of students with a particular social identity is not doing well, for example, in engineering studies. Then we use the data to say that group of students is not suitable for engineering studies. Can be a very dangerous way of using data analytics. You know? So what are the reasons why that group of students is not succeeding? What are the contextual reasons, and how can we support those students to succeed? Is the supportive way we need to use data analytics. I think Richard's question around Operation Phakisa is really pertinent. Yeah. You know, Operation Phakisa was based in the basic schooling sector, but the lessons that were developed through Operation Phakisa are pertinent in the context we find ourselves now. Operation Phakisa focused on exactly the same issues: connectivity, teacher development, development of online blended learning materials. The problem we have as a country is we don't take lessons through to conclusion, and we move with the flavor of the month. And so Operation Phakisa kind of dwindled out. And yet, if we had run with Operation Phakisa, I think basic education would have navigated the pandemic in a much more stronger way than was the case. You know, so the lesson is, why are we doing this constant recycling and reinventing of the wheel, rather than running through with good ideas to their successful conclusion? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And now we go to Professor Ntwas. There was quite a number of questions, but the one question that I'm interested in, which was posed by Ntate Twala, is it because all of these things that are happening, is that an admission that the CETA system has failed? I think that was the question, that was the line of the question.
No, I'm not sure. I'm going to start with the one about the triple helix, which the
Yes.
was. It does not matter. The colleague said it was tripartite alliance. Now, the question basically is, why is business not having social responsibility as well? I think that the only way to sort this out is basically for the government to acquire a strong whip. Because, you see, it's very expensive to raise children. By the time they finish their education at university, parents have spent millions of rands. And then business just takes ready-made people to exploit. So I think that there should be a demand on business to contribute to the development of human capacity. Now, at UNISA, we've got some kind of these, interactions. For example, we've got what we call advisory boards. This is where we invite industry to come and sit with us and discuss the relevance of what we are offering. So all the courses that we are offering in our college, we invite relevant businesses to come and sit maybe over a period of a week to look at what we are offering and to see whether it's relevant to them or not. But you see, this is driven only by the university. It's not really solid. What I'm saying is better if this is done properly. The university, the industry, and the government on the same table, deciding these are the priorities, this is what we want. That's what the triple helix is about. But to make that happen, I think the government needs a strong whip, but also society needs to make demand on business. And then when it comes to the content, the two schooling systems, I don't think it's about two schooling systems. I think it's about two South Africas. We've got an urban South Africa and a rural South Africa. And the incongruent attention is given to both. A lot of attention is given to urban development, and a rather minimal is given to rural development. We know very well that it's not just education. Children cannot go to school when it's raining because there's no bridge to cross a river, and people cannot bury their loved ones in dignity because there is no bridge. So that's the absence of proper infrastructure in rural areas shows the presence of two South Africas, not two schooling systems. The two schooling systems are just a manifestation of those two South Africas. It's something that needs to be dealt with by someone else. And then the question of the content that I think was Prof. Twala who raised it. I agree with you. I did say that there are two aspects of these people who in artificial intelligence, or there are those people who will be users, but there are also those people who will be developers. But that's why I'm saying that it is essential to include coding in our curricula. Our children should be able to write scripts, they should be able to write programs in computers, because a lot of these things are really, it's not about the software, it's not about the hardware, it's the software that is critical. So if our people are able to get enough data and then have got the ability to program computers and write programs, we can also be producers. I agree with you, it's not about getting the cell phones, but it's also about to make the cell phones work and do what we want them to do also from our side. I don't know if I've answered all of them.
Thank you so much, Doc. And then we're going to give the microphone to Dr. Mashwangan. And then there's another one at the back, and those are the last two, the last three. I just want to check, I want to remind colleagues on the virtual platforms that at 2 we're expecting a load shedding this side, so we might just be cut off. We apologize in advance for that. Doc?
Thank you very much, Ntate Kale. I'm actually tempted by the question that has been posed, whether the SITA system has failed or not. And I realize that I can't just but address the issue, especially having been the led the oversight body of the skills development right from the Department of Labor, Higher Education. I'm now in the Mining Qualifications Authority. Maybe let's begin to demystify. The purpose of the SITAs is to become intermediaries, particularly for the learners moving who are unemployed and those who are coming from various institutions such as universities, colleges, and elsewhere, to then assist these learners to enter into the world of work. Now, often than not, we do not necessarily clarify these purposes, and it seems like SITAs have not been doing well. There has been a study that we conducted under National Skills Authority in conjunction with Higher Education and Training that actually looked into the impact of NSDS National Skills Development Strategy 3 for the period 2015 to 2020 or 2019. It's an evaluation study. Just to cite but one example, the study looked at where the country was in terms of the literacy rate of the people, as well as other skills that may be required, technical skills. Now, there has been an upward trend of people moving from NQF level 1 to 3. And those were initially illiterate, initially did not have much, particularly those who are in the world of work and also the unemployed. And now these are the things that are not necessarily credited to the SITAs, but the SITA system assisted in actually moving people and workers out of that range. And they also impacted other higher level NQF levels. I'm citing but just one. And as you move around, the very graduates coming from university, come from TVETs. Most of them have been funded and facilitate their work placement into the world of work for them to qualify. Maybe what we fail to communicate is communicate the achievements of various SITAs. Maybe the question could also be, there are high diluted expectations of what the SITA system should be. We need to then obviously come together and communicate these success factors very well so as people should understand. So I thought I should clarify that. If you're looking at the levies that drive the SITA system, you can't even begin to compare that with the monies that goes into the other sectors such as the TVETs, such as the universities. It's quite small amount of money, but the SITAs have actually been standing the gap and pushing that, and we are beginning to do even much more. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Doc, for the response. I'll come to you, ma'am. Dr. Nhlapo, we have seen your virtual hand. We'll give you an opportunity to raise your question or make your comment. We can. Thank you so much, Doc. That is Dr. Nhlapo, online. Colleagues, we have about 4 minutes. I don't want to be preoccupied with the load shedding. It might not happen. Maybe the person who's supposed to switch off is sleeping. So we will just continue, but colleagues on the virtual platform, please, we want to apologize in advance in case we get cut off. We will continue because we only have one agenda item, which we will defer to tomorrow, which is a summation of a summary of what we have done here today. So I think that is more appropriate tomorrow morning as we start. So that is what we will do. And right now we'll go back to the questions. Mamloy?
Thanks, Chair. I'm not going to be defending the sitters at the Tala. I need to refer my comment to Ms. Trudy. When you were doing the presentation, as you said, you really were too fast with your slides. There were a number of things that I would have really liked you to elaborate on. When we talk articulation, we don't only talk TVET colleges and universities, which is what has been happening mainly the whole day today. There are other qualifications. We do have the sitters, 21 sitters in the country, and all of them have qualifications that they are offering. And all our qualifications are being offered in the workplace. So the learners do go to the workplace, they learn, and they get employed. So it becomes a gap where some students come from universities, TVET colleges, and the employers don't, or the industry does not recognize them because they did not train them. Somewhere when we're talking this articulation, we need to incorporate that, because we cannot have a learner who has done a chef qualification, and when it comes to the TVET colleges and doing hospitality qualification, that qualification is not recognized, and yet the learner has been in the workplace for the whole year, cooking and doing these things practically. So when we do really talk articulation, we need to really look at all sectors, which was appearing in the slide, but it moved so quickly. CETs were there, occupational qualifications are there. It's only that when people don't know something, they're not comfortable talking about it. The SITA qualifications are there, and then learners end up hopping from one qualification to the other, and they are not recognized anyway. So a learner will do 10 learnership programs, and going to university, they don't acknowledge that. Coming to the TVET college, those are not being acknowledged, and it becomes like a learner has wasted, or a person has wasted 10 years of his time learning and learning nothing because it's not recognized anywhere. But the reason why I wanted to talk to Ms. Trudy is to say that as an expert on the subject, and then we call this for us to have a clear understanding of that. I will make a plea with you that maybe when the forum, after this, the forum might invite you to come and maybe do that presentation to us, so that when we start actioning whatever resolutions will be taken out of here, we at least action that out of having clear knowledge of everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's two hands. Hands are mushrooming now. There's the third one. Right, so 1, 2, 3. Please go ahead, ma'am at the back.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to our presenters, and my name is Angie. And I just probably just wanted to add on the question by Dr. Nhlapo that speaks about how we make sure that the research that we undertake is actually implemented, or that it is utilized and it helps us in building the country we want to see. And I was just intrigued.
Or we're assuming that if I'm studying here at the TVET college, it's automatic that Northern Cape consists of mines, and I'm studying mining-related programs, I'm going to be employed. There's a resistance in the workplace in terms of what the employers are looking for. They will tell you, you have been spending 5 years, you're coming with your honors degree in this industry, but for as long as you don't have practical learning, you're not going to be accepted. The question is, who is occupying that space on practical learning? We have left this to the learners themselves, and that's why they are frustrated. Because we are pushing to produce the numbers of how many graduates and so on, and think that this is going to happen on its own. Somewhere, somehow, we've got to make sure that as far as we talk of articulation, and we talk of us working in silos, let us be fair and honest to these learners. Let us not put pressure on them thinking that as long as you are coming from TVET College, you are not relevant to the economy. You are relevant to the economy, but is there any space for you to explore and share what you have learned from TVET College? I agree to a certain extent with, I think it's Ms. Van Wyk, when he said that if we don't start in this province, in this forum, to demystify those who come from TVET colleges and those who come from universities, we will be failing. Because we'll keep on saying, if I don't have the result that are now called bachelors, it means all is lost with me. Somebody, either the government, ourselves in the institutions, the employers, we need to come on board and be able to say, yes, I like the idea of the forum at UNISA where people can come in the advisory, but is the employer there? Is the organized labor there to determine and say, indeed, you are producing this group of students? But when these students leave this institution, they are faced with this situation at the workplace. Myself being a worker in that particular space must be able to be given an opportunity to share the frustrations at the workplace so that the universities can begin to help these young people. You can produce all the doctors, you can produce all the engineers. At the end of the day, they must find me there at the workplace, and I don't have an opportunity to share my frustration and determine the destination for these young people. I think that's where we are lacking. I think government in this province must help. There are a lot of organized business in various sectors. Can, even beyond this summit, find a way of going to track those employers, because your effort here will be fruitless in what you are trying to do if you are not putting those organized business on board from the onset, so that they can also help the TVET and say, yes, you are training these young people on engineering programs, but this is not what I want in the workplace. And where they will go. NEPSAS will have spent a lot of money, we have spent a lot of money from the CETA, bursary schemes and so on. As long as we are working in silos, we'll never get this post-school education and training right. Please go and look for organized business. I agree, Prof. Let's government crack the whip. Let's go and get those relevant in one room, and we'll have a way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ma'am, in some other words, I've heard people starting using now the new terminology. They say we have created expensive unemployment. So people are sitting there, they are qualified. So. Yes, ma'am. Microphone? We cannot do that to you, ma'am. You must have a microphone.
Thank you very much. My question or statement is actually prompted by Ms. Van Wyk when was referring to the situation at universities where they manage the level 5 higher certificates. And she says that what is the university doing to make the students more responsive? I manage the agreements. I come from the University of South Africa. I manage the relationship between the TVETs and the university. And the main thing that I've seen is that the students are not getting the support they really need. And most of those students, they actually drop out. We've had a few that were successful in some, like with some colleges, like the South Cape TVET colleges, for example. They've been doing very well. But other colleges have been struggling. And I think the previous speaker already touched on the areas that I wanted to mention about the support that the Department of Higher Education and Training, working with business, can do to really support these students. Without that, we're not going to move forward. And my last point is that I really want to thank all the presenters because their presentations were very good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, thank you so much for sticking with us today. Thank you to all the presenters today. What we will do as a team, we will make sure that we compile a summary that we will start with tomorrow. We would like to start as early as 8 o'clock tomorrow. Start as early as 8 o'clock so that we can leave as early as possible. We know that there are guys who are going to be driving, others who are going to be flying. So can we start at 8 o'clock? We should be starting. And then we are going to leave now. We're going to adjourn and going to have lunch, and then we meet again tomorrow. I don't know, there was a networking thing. Yeah, we are not online. Yeah, so there was a networking thing that was organized. I don't know what are the details. I think it's important that we organize, we speak about that now before the colleagues leave. Please don't put us on social media now, guys. All right. All right, so where are we going, ma'am? Waarheen gaan ons? Oh, Frikkie se Arkie. Apparently it's 150 per person. No, ma'am, please get a mic.
Tomorrow when we finish around lunch, we have arranged for those who will be staying in so that you don't get really bored. We have arranged that boat cruise for 150 per because they have a bar on the boat, so you will be buying from them. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last thing, the register is at the back. You are requested to just put your email addresses so that we can forward you the presentations as well. So, colleagues, thank you so much. We will meet at the wine tasting and then at the boat, what. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy Upington, it's beautiful at night. Thank you.